Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Kai's side quest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time, we'll be going back to Zadnor and hopefully reach the Dalriada. I think we hadn't reached very far, but I'm pretty sure there isn't like several hours of grinding and cutscenes for us to work through. By the way, I noticed in the last few streams that at least for the first large part of the stream, I'm basically... I look like I'm sitting in an emergency room with like red lights blaring everywhere because of the combination of the light outside with the light behind my monitor. Makes it my face just all red. So right now, trying with just the sunlight from outside in this summer heat, you could say. But I don't know if it's better to flip it. I am quite shadowy. Do you prefer the emergency room? let me see if I can do something here. Oh, that's worse. That's very bright. I'm gonna do this. I don't think I can do much about that. Is it better? Exactly, I'm a dark silhouette in front of a bright window. That's kind of the problem, right? The window's actually off screen. Is it better in the emergency room? Let me just try that. How's this? Is this the proper middle ground? Or do I need to close the window? With that, either way, hello Double Shot, hey Agibuster, hey Rust, hey Batoro, hey Gazel, hey Lexi, hey Shaq, hey Giraheen, hey Fila, hey Aridel, hey Bob, hey Zeros, hey Warcraft Traveler, hey Cole, hey Kitsu, hey Cat Damon, and is that everyone? I think that's everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. Got blackout covers and use lights. I had you see the you see this? You see that square behind me? And the problem is that my covers don't perfectly completely cover. So when it is actually bright outside, it's kind of unavoidable. There's probably a solution to that. It's just, you know, doing it. Thank you, Tristan. Hope you have a good day as well. Lexi says, so weird I had to reload my page. The stream wasn't starting when the countdown ended. Wait, what? As in it just ended on the, like, 0, and then it just froze? That is an insanely unlucky timing. If you see a stream when like the countdown starts and it reaches the starting now and nothing happens, you should probably expect to see a message from me either in the stream chat or on the Discord. Thank you, Aridel. Like, moments from there, because it means something happened. Like, something prevented me from switching the screen and actually starting the stream. And yes, DP9K, if you have your retainer, like, if you're talking with the retainer, you cannot sell items, but if you open the market menu, like to sell items, or you open the inventory for your retainer, you can right-click items in your inventory to have your retainer sell them. And if you then back out of that menu, you can see a buyback menu, just like you would be able to see on a vendor. Like, if you're selling a bunch of items, it's a little faster to just sell the items at a vendor, because you can, like, basically, if you're selling through the retainer, it's by default usually like option 4 or 5 on an item. Whereas when you're selling to a vendor, it's usually option 1. So that helps a little bit there. Ross says, I think I got mine from IKEA. I got my, most of my, like my table here that I'm sitting at, I got from IKEA. I'm pretty sure those blinds came from Jysk. But the problem isn't with the blinds, it's like the window's weird. A little bit awkward in size. Like, every single window in my apartment is the wrong width. Like, you can't buy the blinds or covers in the correct width. So we had to, like, manually fix them. So it's good enough, essentially. Going to the beach for dinner. That's interesting. Do we have 2 groups? What happened here? I'm guessing the answer is yes. Hey Licky, hope you're doing well. No chat overlay for today? Why is the chat overlay not working? I didn't even notice. Weird. Based on what the chat overlay was doing, it seems like it didn't realize it wasn't working either. I didn't even notice. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's true. We have exactly 9 people here. So we would have to go into 2 groups. Let me just check. What do I need to bring? Oh, one of those. Do we need anything else? Does anyone know? Wait, I could just bring this. You can use deep essences in the open, right? It's the pure essences that are something specific, right? Can you buy the ones that come from that give Phoenix Downs? Because I feel like it would be good if I had a bunch of those. So do we have 2 groups ready? Or like 2 partly filled groups? Is the group 2 ready? Guess this is my party has 3 people. That's okay. The options are moving. Well, we have 2 tanks here. I don't know if it's better if we are a 5 and a 4. That also works. If your group is ready... Sorry. If your group is ready, then we can get started. Oh, Sip's here. Guzzle, can you bring Zip? In that case, I think we're good to go. And remember, simply to join us, go here and try to enter Zadnor while you're on Ravana Materia. I think you just have to be on Materia in general. If you land in a different session... if you land in a different session, I'll show you how you'll know that you landed in the wrong space. Right, let's go in. Mia says I did a bit of grinding in Zadnor today and still haven't unlocked Dalriada. Yeah, I don't know how much we need to grind. If we don't reach Dalriada, then we don't reach Dalriada, but I'm pretty sure we can do it. I'm pretty sure we can do it. Right, so when you're here, so when you enter, you open this menu, and then you check here. If you don't see any names you recognize, then you know that you're in the wrong place. We should probably teleport to the point. And yet it seems like Dalriada is already open, so if there's anyone in the group that can, and more importantly, want to do Dalriada, don't let me stop you. I don't recognize the name, Caetsu. I do believe that is true, Lexi, but I think we got, like, from rank 15 to 19 in, like, an hour or something. So... we might be fine on that. I feel like I got vetoed here. I'll see if I can make it over. And that was really strange. The chat overlay. See, I didn't see if the chat overlay just never worked or something, like maybe it broke in the time frame leading up to the stream. Because I usually, like, I set up the overlay with the correct link and everything, like, usually like an hour before the stream. So like if it would crash in that hour, I don't know if it would, but if it did, yeah, I'm not making that, then it would of course just look like it isn't working. Emmy, who else? Hope you're doing well. I made it to see it fall. Huh? Yeah, so I'll explain myself. The reason why I just teleported over to the other spot to get that one is because, as far as I remember, the tasks, like the challenges in this zone, right? This zone gives more points than this zone. So if you have to choose, if you can only make it to one skirmish, and there's one here and there's one here, you do the one here because it gives more. And the same applies for the third one. That's also the reason why often when you're seeing people power grinding, and there's something here, that they just hang out up here and almost feel like they don't want to be in Area 2. Because then they'd have to run all the way back to Area 3 when something they'd rather do appears there. Exactly, Licky. They just stay in Zone 3. Exactly because it's too far of a run to make it. As you also saw, I ran from the Fate or the skirmish in Area 2 to the skirmish in Area 1, and I didn't make it. Like, I straight up just didn't make it. So that would be exactly the problem. Exactly, that's exactly what I meant, is that they give more points. They give, like, I think they also give more XP, but not like 100% sure on that one. But I know they give more of basically everything you care about. All of the good. And the niceness. And level 78. Yeah, if you make it to our zone here... Oh. I see you're here, Ostech. I think our group 2 is 5 players, is that right? If you... Like, I don't know if you want to join our excursion here. Oh, there's a skirmish right here. You're 4. In that case, you're welcome to invite Ostech, Ashley, that just entered. I'm 99% certain that's our friend in the stream chat here. Hey Santo, hope you're doing well. It's been a bit. You're in combat. Fair enough. It's a common problem on a battlefield, I've heard. Yeah, the thing is, kid, so that we're in a position where you would probably need to like grind quite a bit on your own if you haven't reached Zadnor yet. Oh, whoops. That wasn't intentional. Apparently, I pulled the gunship by shooting my apex arrow through the mob I was actually attacking. Oops. My bad. Yeah, that looks about right, Santo. Since they give you basically a 3-step combo with Bloodfest, those 3 burst strikes you'd normally finish the 2-minute burst with, as Gunbreaker is probably just going to be that. I don't know, I feel like that's a pretty cool thing. That means that you have a lot more extra cartridges to work with, in a way. Like, it means that you're much less likely to be in a lot of trouble if you can't, like, generate enough. And it also means that your endgame big mega burst isn't using burst strike 3 times. And it seems like, based on the changes we can see to the tanks, they looked at Paladin and went, it's not that good that you're just doing Atonement 3 times in a row so often. So they changed it. They looked at Dark Knight and went, it's not so good that you're just doing Bloodspiller 3+ times in a row. So they changed it. And I don't think they looked at Warrior like that. I'm pretty sure they just looked at that and went, 3 Fell Cleaves in a row? Nope, that looks good to me. And then Gunbreaker, they went, well, you do those 3 burst strikes, that's a little weird. And yeah, what'll happen is those things that get shoved out just means that maybe you have a slightly more interesting filler rotation. So I don't think that's totally a bad thing. Like, if you don't have space for those 3 burst strikes, it means that the aftermath after the 2-minute burst no mercy will look a little bit more interesting, because you could, for example, do 3 burst strikes after that. Like, for example, if I have the perfect paladin setup where, you know, you get you go fight or flight, you get your entire full, like, burst, and you go Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit. If I have, you know, like, a weirdly timed raid buff at the end, or, like, Searing Light or something like that, then I will usually just, like, instead of, you know, going Fast Blade, Riot Blade to prepare myself for the next burst or something, I will just... Oh, whoops, I should not have done that. I will just spam out the atonements while I still can. Which would kind of be the same idea for Gunbreaker, right? Hey, Tape, and Game End, and Leah. Hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, exactly. Triple Fell Cleave is kind of like... If they removed... Like, if they removed Fell Cleaving 3 times in a row from Warrior, but didn't remove 3 atonements in a row from Paladin, I imagine there would be Warrior riots in the street, because it would feel like Paladin stole the Warrior thing, right? Like, they stole our thing! Did Red Mage get yet another Jolt Press after melee combo? We don't know what it's tied to, but yes, they did get an additional finisher step. Which is, of course, also a meme. And that is a good point. I hadn't, like, I did observe that Living Shadow doesn't cost gauge anymore. Wow, what's happening here? I did observe that, but I didn't actually think about what that means. It does mean that you don't have to worry about, you know, quickly generating 50. As your opinion of Pictomancer? It looks very, very difficult to follow. I'm sure it isn't that bad once we, like, actually get to try the job and look at the tooltips, as others said. But it feels very, like, there's a lot. I don't know about that, Leah. The weird thing is that as it stands currently live in Endwalker, your melee combo is an uneven, like an odd number of GCDs long in time, which means that it makes it weird and awkward because you have to, like, adjust your flesh in Contra 6. With one additional step added to the combo, it immediately changes to being automatically aligning again. For some people, that's a good thing. For some people, that's very boring. Also, swift and acceleration are damage gains. That is true. That is true. You will be put in the situation where you would have to use them in pairs, but then again, I believe that Red Mages typically get basically 3 melee combos per minute, like per 2 minutes, sorry. Like, in a 2-minute window, they get a total of about 3 melee combos. With the change to Swift Cast, you get, assuming you use it on cooldown, 3 Swift Casts per 2 minutes. I don't know if we can make it for both. So, like, at least you have that. Then again, then you're in the awkward position of, well, acceleration probably still has a cooldown of, is it 55 seconds? So, like, if you use acceleration and a swift cast after your first melee combo, then, you know, 40-ish seconds later you do another melee combo. and acceleration and swift cast. And as time passes, you'll get into a position where you run out of acceleration charges. Like if you need to use one of each. Hey Jake, hope you're doing well. Do you think there will be shiny Viper weapons on release, or will we have to wait for Dawn Trail Relic? That's hard to say. I know that we will probably get an augmented credendum weapon. But those are not shiny, as far as I understand. There will also be an augmented Crypt Lurker weapon. Again, not shiny. I don't know if they'll add anything on the way. There'll probably be Palace of the Dead weapons, because they kind of need to add those for it to work by design. Only shiny if you augment it with the Criterion Savage. And yeah, the thing is, there's a reasonable possibility that they don't add that one. I'm not saying that they're not adding that one, I'm just saying that there is a possibility that they go, you don't need that one. Like, the reasoning for... Can we make it? Yeah, there's a possibility that that while all the previous, the existing jobs will have the Criterion Savage versions, there's a possibility that they just decide that it's not needed for the new ones. I don't know what the criteria is to for something to be needed in that sense. So I'm not saying that I feel that it is unneeded, hence I think you're not getting it. I'm more saying that the reason why we're getting augmented Crypt Lurker weapons and augmented Credendum weapons is specifically because that's part of the leveling thing, where you buy, a Poetics weapon if you want it. So they add those typically to jobs as they're added with an expansion, but only for the expansion parts that they'll need them for. We also had a case where, because of an Unreal fight being added, they retroactively added I think it was Thornton weapons for Reaper, and whoa, for Reaper and Sage. But yeah, if nothing else, then you can probably grab a shiny beam sword looking Viper Blade from Palace of the Dead. If all else fails, that one is probably a safe one you can rely on. Uh-oh. I think 7.0 doesn't have Unreal and it will only come 7.1. That sounds about right. It makes sense that they wouldn't add something like that immediately when people are busy with all the other new expansion stuff. And also that 7.0 will have 2 extremes, and then you'll have a few weeks later you will have a Savage raid tier. And yeah, Thought and Scythe was due to top, not Thought Unreal. I don't know about that one. Because both of them happened reasonably close to each other, didn't they? And also top is the Omega Protocol. And has nothing to do with Thordan. Or did you mean DSR? I'm pretty sure that it was because of Thordan. Like, Thordan Unreal. But given the timing of the two, it's a little hard for me to remember, like, which order they came in. If DSR came out, and then Thordan Unreal, and the weapon came out with DSR, then we have the answer. If it was the opposite order, then that's that. That's that. Yep, we are on Ravana. Thordan Unreal was 6.5. Right, you are right. And the weapons of the round for Reaper and Sage came with DSR, yeah? Man, if only I hadn't died. If only I got good. I believe there... which one do I mean? So, you know how, like, there are weapons of the round from Thordan Extreme? I'm pretty sure they added the Scythe and the Neuraliths with DSR then. Because I'm pretty sure they've been there like most of the expansion. I don't know which measure you're talking about, Licky. The one that made you burn out on where you said DSR made you burn out on tanking did get sent. Also, hey Victor, hope you're doing well. And hey Jace, hope you're doing well as well. If it wasn't, like, that's exactly it. It's like, all I remember is that those weapons had basically always been there. So yeah, in that case, they probably came as a result of DSR. Which also means that if, like, we get the ultimate 7.1, whatever that's related to, maybe Viper and Pictomans will get a glowy, flashy weapon of the old version for that. Who knows? It's Eden, right. I had forgotten that it was straight up Eden. Sometimes poring over that kind of information puts me in the position of I can't remember which ones are people like wishfully thinking about getting something and which ones was, yeah, they announced that. That's what you're getting. Oh, someone gave me re-raise. Nice. Thank you. PvPing Estinian and Trust is my new hobby. How so? How do you PvP Estinian? Do you just stand on him for mechanics to see who lives and who dies? You play tank. Oh, look, it's the carpenter. It's our carpenter friend. Or like the scenarios Hades and Warrior of Light. That would be an interesting ultimate. Hey Vyak, hope you're doing well. Warriors of Light! How far do you need to progress? Well, if you haven't beaten Delubrum Rigide before, you would have to beat that. And we're already like some ranks into Zadnor. So, like, we will probably be, like, switching between Zone 1 and 2. So if you can't reach Zone 2, you might sometimes be stuck when we go over there. But if you're in Zadnor, you can join. We are in Ravana. You haven't started Bozja. In that case, you will not be able to reach where we are tonight, I don't think. Not unless you, like, mega turbo grind in some way that I can't even, like, fathom how you would manage to do. Hey, Zach. Hope you're doing well. Ugh. Yeah, also that, you would both have to turbo grind and also do Delubrum Rigide normal at record speeds. Yeah, that's the downside of going here to to Bozja and Zadnor. Like, the upside is that everyone who's already kinda here can easily participate, right? But if you're not already here, ow, then it can be a little bit like difficult to participate. Unless you like if you could catch up in your own time, and then it's less of an issue to to figure it out. But then, like, if you see the stream and like, can I join today? And it's like, no, you needed to figure that out last week. It almost feels like, right? So hey, Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Commander! Commander, I did a thing! Let me just check. This one. Hey, Mia, what's up? What? You perfected it. Nice. Well done. Very well done. Bam, 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 bam. I guess Cure 2 is in a different package. Let's see what we have then. The beetles just chasing into the base. The Resistance is preparing to secure a new outpost. After an analysis of the area, however, I regret to say there's nowhere near enough residual ether to power the barrier. To make matters worse, its rather awkward location requires us to redirect multiple currents to sustain a sufficient flow of energy. Well, that's where these beauties come in. The defluxion ether manipulators, Mark II and Mark III. The dams, if you will. What sets them apart from the first model, you may ask? What sets them apart from the first model, you may ask? Well, apart from the name, not a lot, but they are newer, if that counts for anything. Though we both wish we could go with you, I fear we would only slow you down. Please be safe out there. Oh boy. Shadow guy. It's the emergency room. Oh no! And that's awkward. Ow. Through ban. He do be spinning. I don't think that qualifies as a spin. Judges? What do you think? It used an attack called spin, and it just dropped its head on the floor and just swept with it. Does that qualify as a spin? Opinions? It's a dinosaur from a different time. Back in my day, it is what we called a spin. Item penalty. He's spinning in his grave now. He better. He'll be spinning until, like, I don't know, like 30 minutes from now when he respawns. Oh, light curtain. Not to be confused with a heavy curtain. Dun 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 dun. Or a regular curtain, also true. I feel like it's been a while with you as well, Jace. Hope you've been well. Nasav, hope you're doing well. What are you talking about? Your pizza. Do you know, it's Mikoto you're talking to. Anyway, Imperials, they didn't get the better of you, did they? No, I suppose you wouldn't be contacting me if they did. I really must learn not to jump to conclusions. It's very efficient digging technique. The dam appears to be fully operational. How are things there? Excellent. Proceed to the next site and stay vigilant. There's no telling when you may encounter Imperial forces. There is actually exactly telling of when you will encounter Imperial forces. Like, nearly every single time, there's like this purple circle. Like, you'd be shocked, you'd be surprised at how much you can see coming in this world, Mikoto. Oh, you can't see them? Maybe it's like an echo ability. Like some weird kind of foresight. Well, this one looks safe. She sees the distant future, yeah. The future sight she has is, I will get hit by a tank buster in like a few hours. You've reached the designated location, yes? Readying transmission protocols. Beep boop. So far, so good. Has the dam burrowed into the ground? I don't know if that qualifies as burrowing. It just like makes a portal into the ground, but sure. Excellent. Return to the outpost and we shall handle the rest. She also sees the telegraph future in the loot room. No. There she just puts a buff on herself that makes her auto dodge. Would have been convenient when she got kidnapped, wouldn't it? Gleaming says, wait, that's a really funny idea. Funny thought. What if they did a fight where all the telegraphs got shown to you 30 seconds in advance and you just had to remember? They kind of do that sometimes. Like, not exactly, but sometimes they have, like, fights where the boss shows you a few things. Like, I am going to do this, then this, then this. Like, for example, Haloni in Eurovision. Like, they basically do that. It's just not 30 seconds, it's more like, memorize this. And then she does it immediately in the order that she said. I think I've heard that there's something vaguely similar to that in T. Epic of Alexander. E12 does that. It also does that. It is an interesting mechanic. What I get the feeling of is that it might be something that in normal difficulty isn't played with enough, perhaps. And yeah, that's also kind of true with the E2, with the spell in waiting mechanic. It's kind of the same idea. The reason why it's slightly different is because it's not like like the boss is saying, "I'm going to do this now. Remember it," because she puts like a timer on you. Like she actually puts a debuff on you so you can see it. So it's like, remember to check. Remember to look which one you had. Do you remember? Do you remember to check which one you had? There is something hilarious about a boss fight having an attack called Conceptual Tetraflare or Octaflare. I'm casting the concept of Tetraflare at you. Whatever that means. That's also true, Aradil. The last Hildebrand trial also has kind of that idea. A little bit. Similar to how Haloni has it, yeah. Says last time we were here, I learned a new call-out system for the lanes in Dalriada. Never considered different data centers doing it differently. Does not surprise me that they would. What do you think of the summoner rework? Do you mean the Endwalker one? Welcome back. Our sensors detect steady streams of ether flowing toward the side of the new outpost. Now it is up to the Resistance to drive away the Imperials. Once they have, a substantial confluence of energy should be available to power a new barrier. Well, everything seems to be under control here, so I'd better get going. Oh, right. Mikoto's gathered some promising data to help the Chief deal with the Dalriada. It pertains to my findings on the inner workings of the crystal foci. I believe it may be of use to him. The Chief said he'd be heading back to Doma after finishing maintenance on Zaria's wall. Rather than drag him all the way back here, it seems quicker if I take the data to him myself. But don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Before I go, Mikoto, is there anything else you'd like me to pass on to Sid? It's not good to keep your emotions bottled up like that, you know. Why don't you tell him how you feel? Lilia, that is wholly and utterly unprofessional. I would never, he would never, and even if we did, this is neither the time nor the place to discuss such matters. Sure it is. I think it is. I have seen far too many people live to regret words left unspoken. Just think on it, will you? And try not to miss me while I'm away. Sid is married to Nero. Is there any chance you could forget that entire conversation? It's just like a buzzing noise. That's all that's happening inside Smol Kai's mind. Just bzzz, crystals. I was only joking, but thank you for trying. To tell the truth, since entering the studium, my life has had but one singular purpose, the pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge! Yet for all my research and scholarly works, I never learned what it truly means to live. At least, that is what Moonbreeder would tell me. She would often admonish me, always insisting I spend time with the other students, but at the very least step away from my dusty tomes for some fresh air. Perhaps she hoped I might find someone I cherished more than my books, though sadly she never had the chance to see it. Sid is truly a remarkable man, and I'll not deny our shared interest in the sciences. During the short time we worked together, we become good friends. And as his friend, I understand the great burdens of his mind. Even now, he struggles to break free from his ties to the Empire and his father's terrible legacy. Which is why I wish to do all within my power to support him. As a friend, mind you, my feelings towards Sid are similar to those I felt for Moonbreeder. Respect and admiration. As much as I hate to disappoint Lilia, that is the way of things. So please, don't read too deeply into it. Alright everyone, time to read too deeply into it. Master Gerald, what are you doing here?
Better question would be, what are you doing here? Should be you paying the visits to Sid and Doma. Nothing to be embarrassed about, lass. All romances have to start somewhere, and I agree the two of you make a good match. But you need to act quickly. Even I can see the man's a fine glass of ale, and I reckon it won't be long before some pretty thing snatches him up to take a swig.
Imagine being Mikoto and having a vision that you just end up single with 50 cats and no, that's going to be your fate. That would be very sad. Maybe she already knows. Maybe she saw a vision where she gets rejected. Or she got a vision where it looks like she got rejected, but what actually happened was she was like, "Would you like a cup of tea, Sid?" And he goes, "No, absolutely not. I'm busy. Don't you see?" And you just interpreted it wrong. I'll get to your question in a bit, Zach. It's just we're in a cutscene.
Well, is it ready?
The modifications will require more time.
You can't be serious. It's been ages since the damn thing was excavated. Have the engineers been sitting around with their thumbs up their asses all this time?
Far from it. Given that this is unexplored territory, we must proceed with caution.
Tell that to the resistance soldiers a stone's throw from our bloody front door. It won't be long before they tear down. Why not withdraw to Dalmasca? Surely they can finish the modifications on the way back.
Withdraw? You would abandon everything we've labored for here in Bozja? And that is not all we stand to lose. Surely you have not forgotten the events of Castrum Meridianum.
I only know what I've heard. That guy's pet ended up biting the hand that fed it before turning the place upside down.
Not quite the wording used in the reports, but accurate enough. Knowing his plans would soon be thwarted, he deployed an anti-icon war machina in a final attempt to drive back the Eorzean forces. He could not contain its power, and because of his hubris, the castrum was wiped off the map. In short, the relics of the Allagans are not to be trifled with. It takes but one mistake for our plans to fall to ruin.
Yet, Sicinius has seen fit to scurry off to some far-flung hole when he's needed most. This was his scheme, not ours. He should be the one overseeing all this.
Perhaps you should put this pent-up frustration of yours to use outside. After all, in light of Messiah's recent failure, it now falls to us to rout the resistance.
Womp womp. Really? You're asking me to go out there? Ha! It's about damn time.
Huh. Somehow I knew you would relish the opportunity to get your hands dirty.
Oh, I assure you they'll be absolutely filthy by the time I return. Bye.
Isn't that the shield from Titan, by the way? It seems the Resistance already has their sights set on another potential outpost site. I can only hope they secure the location without heavy losses. Right, so Zach said, what do you think about the Summoner rework? I think it's fine. The problem that I think that a lot of people have with the Summoner rework has very little to do with the rework itself. To which I mean, a more fair way to view new Summoner is to not compare it directly to old Summoner, perhaps, which is maybe a little bit weird. By which I mean, a more fair way to view the job is if old Summoner had not been like overwritten with new Summoner, and instead old Summoner existed and they just added the Summoner we have now, would you like it? To which I say, I like Summoner as it is right now. Like, I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's actually pretty good that there's a job that isn't like too complicated to follow the rotation. What rank do you need for Dalriada? I think it's 25. Oh, I think I'm dead. Or maybe not. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. The real problem, that's also why I'm saying that the most fair way, in my opinion, to measure the new Summoner is to, for a moment, stop thinking about the fact that it replaced old Summoner. Because if we go, well, I don't like it because it replaced old Summoner, then it isn't about whether new Summoner is good or not. It's about the preference for old Summoner. And because of how different they are, we could in some capacity say... by the way, thank you, Sip. We could in some capacity say that what we're really saying is something similar to saying, well, what's a good example? I like Red Mage better than Summoner. It is difficult, Gazel, because the thing is... The question is, what do you think of the rework of Summoner? On the one hand, the question could be, do you think that that was a good rework? Whoops. Could also be, do you like the Summoner that we got? My opinion of the Summoner rework is that I feel that old and new Summoner are different enough that they could have existed side by side in some way, but some of you may also recall that I said, why? Like, I said that despite I was maining old Summoner, I said it's a buggy mess and it is completely unfocused. They need to do something with it that isn't this. They need to focus on something. And technically they did exactly that. Like, they actually did precisely that. The problem, of course, is, and I think that's the real issue for a lot of people, is that a lot of people chose to main Summoner for its complexity, which, really important distinction here, it's complexity, not its jank. It's just that it's jank, like, added to the complexity. in a weird way. And those players, of course, hate that new summoner is really simple. So it's difficult to talk about. That's what I'm saying, is that it's difficult to talk about because if we want to talk about is new summoner a well-designed job, what almost always happens, if you've seen that meme with like the pigeon starting to talk about something and then a crow just jumps in talking over them, almost always happens. Where it doesn't matter whether new summoner is good or not, because the problem is that it took away old summoner. That's why I said maybe we should for a moment try and not think about the fact that it took the space of old summoner and say, is new summoner an interesting job? Is it a well-designed job? Is new summoner well-designed? In some ways it's better designed than old summoner because it isn't riddled with glitches. Not at least not in nearly the same capacity. But at the same time, the problem is that the two jobs are so different that old summoner actually fit a niche that new summoner doesn't. And actually old summoner fit two niches that old summoner doesn't. Because new summoner is not a pet job. Not really. And new summoner is absolutely not a dot job. So it basically is neither of those things that it used to be. Which means that summoner now is... like, it's not fulfilling any particular niche, I don't think. Like, you could say, well, it summons things. That's a niche. Yes, but I mean, you could argue that Black Mage summons fireballs and giant ice cubes. I also agree with that, Yazel, that that new summoner has basically nothing in common, nearly nothing in common with Scholar. Don't know what to say about that. It is weird that they're connected, but I think I've heard that they said that the reason why they're still connected is because it's so deep down in the spaghetti code that they can't really untangle it easily. Being a DPS with a very easy rotation is a niche. I guess so. I guess so. The only common thing between them is physic and energy drain. It's just that they don't agree on how energy drain works. Let's not forget. And books. I know, Gazel, what I mean is that if they're saying we can't disconnect them because of the code, then they're basically saying they will always be both Arcanist. But they might no longer believe that they should be the same job. They can't undo it. Not easily, at least. That's what they're saying. Like, basically what I mean by that is there's a possibility that the developers are saying, if we could snap them apart and make it so that there's Arcanist and, I don't know, Student, and Student becomes Scholar and Arcanist becomes Summoner, they might just do that, but they can't. And yeah, I agree, Toss. The thing is, from my perspective... Oh look, he stopped spinning in his grave. From my perspective, I said, like, back in Shadowbringers, that Summoner needed a lot of help. Because there was, like, the job was janky, like crazy janky, I said that. And that it needed to get, like, it needed to focus in on a few things. And one of those things could have been pet management. One of those things could have been dots. Although I would find it weird if you had Summoner and its main thing was dots. Like, just dots. As its one thing it focused on, right? That would be weird. But the majority of the jank originated from the pets. Which means that the best solution, in my opinion, would have been to fix the pet jank. And in Shadowbringers, my perspective was, we can't fix the pet jank, because if we could, they would have done that, right? Like that. Now, Gazel, don't get sarcastic with me. I haven't finished. What they could do would make Summoner focused on pet management. They could do that. But if the majority of the jank originated from ghosting and slow reacting pets, we have to assume at the time that's because they can't fix that. Right? If they could, they would have done it. Right? So that's not the solution. They need to focus on something else. So, like, the main solution was the solution they came up with. You know, the summons that aren't really summons. Which is boring, in a way. Then Endwalker comes, and they fix most of the jank. Like, they fix most of the pet jank and make the pets extremely responsive. And then they delete all of the pet management, making it pointless. And yeah, the thing is that Summoner and Scholar being like jobs that summon a pet to keep around. Well, I don't know how, like, Scholar doesn't really have, like, that much precedent. I'm pretty sure, like, their thing is scanning enemies. But Summoner, you, like, in most Final Fantasy games, you know, summon a big thing and do, like, one big mega attack. So, like, if we were to talk about how Summoner is in the franchise, then that's that. But that doesn't matter, necessarily. Like, going... Well, this is the most true Summoner because that's how it was in Final Fantasy VII or something. Ow. Like, well, this is Final Fantasy XIV. So, like, my main thing is that I'm saying what would be a good job. And that's also why I'm saying if we take a moment to try and look at new Summoner as if it was like, what if there never was an old Summoner, right? What if it never existed as Summoner before Endwalker and they added it as it is now? Would people hate it as much as some of them do? I don't know. And I guess we'll never find the answer because every time I try to ask that, there's that crow meme, as I said, where they go and just, you know, scream, but it was here all along. So how could we have a fair conversation about this without saying so? I'm just saying, I think Summoner as we have it right now is a good, well-designed job. I think so. It is a shame that it removed the old Summoner, but the old Summoner was really janky, just like old Paladin was really janky, and we lost that one too. Ow. Hey, Weather Witch. Hope you're doing well. And also, I don't think I caught Warcraft Traveler coming in. Hope you're doing well as well. And yes, that is very true, Zav. What they probably mean by it is too deep in the code, we can't just change that, is if they wanted to change Arcanist to be 2 separate jobs, or 2 separate classes, there's a potential chance like 5 other things break apart. Or 10 other things, or 2 other things, and because it's so deep down, they're not sure what things will break. So it's just not worth the risk. Dalriada's up again. Wow. Two Dalriadas, and we haven't been able to do one of them. How much metal do I need to get to rank 22? But yeah, I also think that, and like, the thing is, Gazel, and I don't know if you'll forget this when I talk about these things, and I'm trying to play the case for New Summoner, is like one of my favorite classes from World of Warcraft is Warlock, and Old Summoner, like old Summoner, like OG Old Summoner was literally Warlock. Like, it straight up just was Warlock, but Final Fantasy. So, the reason why I'm saying, like, well, it was janky, it's probably for the best that they changed these things, is because it doesn't work to have such a janky job. Even if it's fun, it's, like, it's not, it's probably not good for, like, the overall, like, future of the game necessarily. There's like a job that is just borked from the ground up. Tazio says, I'm a bit worried they didn't cast any astral flow abilities in the job action trailer. They cast a new action that looked like lightning that spent their astral flow. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I feel like they just didn't show those. I don't know why, but they just didn't, like, they didn't spend very much time in any of the summons that would have astral flow. So maybe that's the explanation. Yeah, I think, like, I mained Old Summoner in Shadowbringers. I even released, like, a video specifically. I made a video specifically about, like, how Summoner worked in Shadowbringers to finish Shadowbringers, because I thought it was a shame that we would lose it. So when I say that, like, I think New Summoner's good, I'm saying that from a perspective of I liked Old Summoner, but I also recognized that the new one was kind of weird. Or, well, that the old one was kind of weird. And the new one probably worked better in the end. Or the new one worked better in the end. I'm confusing myself. How was the job not working? Did you play Old Summoner, Gazel? Or are you like from Shadowbringers, for example? Or are you thinking of the romanticized idea of Old Summoner? Uh-oh. So I can go over it for the I've done this before. People talked about how Summoner was the dot job, right? It was the job that cared about dots. That was what made it so special. But in Shadowbringers, the way that Summoner interacted with its so crucial dots was that it would open with, hold on to your hats, it would open with Miasma Bio. Then it would reapply its dots with Tri-Disaster, then it would reapply its dots with Tri-Disaster, then it would reapply its dots with Tri-Disaster, and then it would manually apply its dots once. Once every 3 minutes. Once. So, like, Summoner actually interacted less with its dots than Bard does today. That was the dot-centric job, remember? That was the fantastical Dot Mage. It applies its dots manually once every 2 minutes, and beyond that, it just uses an OGCD to do it. That was the dot part of Summoner. Bahamut attacked every time you did, which meant that to make sure that Bahamut actually did attack every time you did, you needed to actually use an instant attack in like the 2-second time frame before Bahamut left. Otherwise, Bahamut would like breathe in and just like check his stopwatch and go, oops, I'm going for break now, and just not finish his last attack. So like you had to like prepare a further Ruin attack with Ruin Force specifically so you could make sure Bahamut did it. Otherwise, he would ghost the attack. Every time you had your small eggies cast things, you had to make sure that you ordered them and then looked at them to make sure they actually did it before you sent them away, because otherwise they would just go, well, you just called me away, so oops, you just lose that cooldown. And yeah, Gazel, here's the thing. Now you say I might not understand the struggle you had. I wasn't struggling with it. I was maining it. If I was struggling with it, I would have been playing a different job. I was having fun with it and going, this is wacky and weird. It's an amazing achievement that people are putting up with this. Because it was fun despite that. But the things that people are like grabbing and holding on to and saying, this is what makes it great, are all the things that like the dots didn't really matter. Like, it's just like, it could just as well have just been a like, Tri-Disaster could have just done 1,000 potency. And it would have accomplished the same thing. And the pets, like, you didn't really control them. Like, in Shadowbringers, you literally just ordered Ifrit Eggy over to the boss, and once battle started, you just went blah, 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 on your Eggy assaults to make sure they were on cooldown. Like, later in the fight, you might hold on to some of them to make sure you could reuse them. When you needed movement or something like that, but you basically just went blah, 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 spent them quickly so you get your further ruins. They didn't, like, there wasn't really any actual pet management involved. You would have accomplished the same thing if Eggy Assaults basically just summoned an Ifrit Eggy ran over and smacked the boss and then despawned, which is basically what we got, right? Yes, the pet was auto-attacking while all this happened. But again, that could have been a thought. Like, while we're on the subject. So I'm just saying that some of the things that seem so important are not that important. And yes, it was fun. That's why I liked it. Why I mained it. I'm just saying that it was really janky. And it's not a good idea for a game like Final Fantasy XIV to have one of its jobs just have like all these weird things that don't really work, but kinda work. Also, hey, catch up. Hope you're doing well. The Zadnor farming is going pretty fine, although I'm dying more. So, just to reiterate, I wasn't struggling with Summoner. If I was struggling with Summoner, then I wouldn't be maining it. And yeah, that's true, Gazel. It was janky, weird, challenging, and fun to play. To that, we agree. Completely. And that's also why it is a little weird, in retrospect, that they fixed one of the things that was making Old Summoner so janky as they reworked it. Like, if they had just stuck with Old Summoner for one more expansion, like just with Endwalker, with the upgrades to the pet responsiveness that Scholar is like getting a lot of value out of, by the way, then maybe it would have been fine. Like, pets are insanely responsive in Endwalker, but there's hardly any pets now, so it's like a little too late. Hey Ryoma, hope you're doing well. And that's actually, speaking of soloing, sorry, that's not what you're talking about, but like, speaking of solo, another thing that was awkward with Old Summoner once they got Bahamut is in Stormblood, they had Bahamut. Oh, we have to commence now. They had Bahamut coming in and deleting your pet for 20 seconds, once every 2 minutes. Which meant that your tank disappeared. Because you were using Titan, surely. Like, for soloing stuff, like out in the open. That's weird. In Shadowbringers, they of course made it so that Titan can't tank at all, but then again, they made it so that your pet leaves every minute. What are they trying to achieve? I think they're trying to make it so that the summoner is very focused on their summons without having a literal pet out on the field. Hey Philippe, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, this is Pazuzu, isn't it? I'm not sure what that is. Oh, 4 wings. Okay. He's a chonker. It's a little hard to see where the safe spot is. But yeah, I will say, speaking of the, and we cast rune once a minute. I mean, with with Dawn Trail, it looks like they'll be casting Ruin once every 2 minutes. So in the expansion after that, maybe they'll just get like a 2-minute cooldown or something. That that doesn't do, like, that basically does that basically just replaces Ruin. Because you won't use it more than that. Like, that is weird. It is weird to have a job that has so much stuff to do that it basically only uses its filler attack once per minute. That's weird. And unusual. You could even say it's unique, in a way. But I don't know about, like, I don't know if we can go that far. But if we start to say, what are they trying to achieve, that's hard. They're probably trying to achieve making a job people think is fun. What else? But that is also what I've said. The biggest shame of New Summoner is that so many of the old Summoner mains did not like the rework. Like, that's the biggest shame. And that's also why, like, you know, I've said this so many times. Every time people have been like, what do you hope for the Dragoon and Astrologian rework? I've said, I don't know, suggested some things that they could do, and then gone, but I hope that they make something that the actual Dragoon and Astrologian mains like. Because that's ultimately the players that it actually matters for. And the reason why my stance seems to be slightly different for Summoner is because I was actually one of the Summoner mains. Right? Like, I was actually one of those Summoner mains. And I liked it. Like, I liked it. Thank you for coming, Emir. Have a good dinner, I'm guessing. So, like, from my perspective, like, I would have probably done it differently, like, reworking Summoner, but I like it, and by my own, like, perspective, where I'm like, the people that are maining the job should be the ones that like the rework. Like, it should be at least partially targeted at them. I was one of them for Summoner. So I would, like, by my own admission, I would have said, like, if we had this conversation in Shadowbringers, I would have been like, well, I feel like whatever they do with Summoner, you could do this and this and this. But I think ultimately the people that main the job, which is me, should be the ones that like it at, like, first and foremost. And then when it got reworked, I liked it. Although it was different. It is interesting that they're removing Astrodyne. However, in fairness, Astrodyne only existed in Endwalker. So... Indeed, it's good that I'm liking it. But that's also what I've said before, Gazel. As I just said before, the shame is that a lot of Summoner mains did not like it. And it is also, of course, a shame that the job that was, like, considered by many to be, like, one of the hardest jobs in the game suddenly became the easiest job in the game. Like, that's also weird. Like, of course it is. And your Spine Shatter Dive for Dragoon is getting removed, for those that don't know. I think it's weird that they're removing Spine Shatter Dive. But I basically said this. That OGCDs whose primary purpose is gap closing should not do damage. Because if they do damage, then they are now primarily an attack tool and secondarily a gap closer. Which is weird, isn't it? So I basically requested that. Requested that all tanks lose damage on their gap closers. Requested that all jobs with damage on a gap closer lost it. I basically wanted this. Plunge is also getting replaced. On Dark Knights. It's basically... It's like, it's the same conversation I've had like a million times, that if you put damage on anything, then it is going to be expected that you're using it for damage. That's also why I have this weird, I guess, strange opinion that maybe it would be better if Scholar had a different, you know, ether flow dump than energy drain. But I don't know what would work. It's the same thing. A gap closer is like a utility move or a defensive move, in the same way that like something like ether flow resources are primarily defensive in nature, right? But because there's a way to spend them offensively, suddenly it becomes confusing and complicated, because which one are you choosing? Obviously you're choosing defense as long as you have to. And it is an interesting complexity of the job, that you can choose offense, so it can reward you by using your resources more smartly. That is true. Has he not caught them yet? Oh, he cuts them as he dashes across. Hey Kylan, hope you're doing well. Well, if you heard what I just said, you'll probably know that I think that's a good thing. I guess you just tuned in. Like 2 minutes ago I said I basically requested that. And I basically asked Santa, for Christmas, I would like all gap closers to do 0 damage. Thank you. So... Ow. I did not mean to taunt. I meant to heal myself. Whoops. Exactly, Kylan. You're basically saying the same thing that I'm saying in a different way. The reason why I think gap closers should do 0 damage is because if they do damage, then you're not using them for gap closing, then you're using them for damage. And you're saying, I like it because then I don't have to weave it in my burst. It's the same idea. Warrior with 4 gap closers, yep. Warrior actually almost solves this problem. The reason why Warrior has less of an issue with this. Is there a spot in the party? sure. We actually have 2 parties. Are you in the zone? I don't know if our zone has closed yet. Bruh. I ran away because, like, they usually shoot at the boss, right? And then they just shoot at me specifically. Yeah, I guess so, Katja. I heard a lot of people also say the same thing for Swift cast being reduced to 40 seconds. Is like a similar thing of, well, you're probably going to need the mobility. So I heard a lot of people get a little worried about that. You're getting that Swift cast cooldown reduction because you're gonna need it. Probably. Maybe every fight will be like Barbariccia. Given how often Barbariccia is mentioned whenever people talk about, like, oh yeah, that was an awesome fight, I have a feeling that it might not be entirely inaccurate to expect that. And 15-second feint, Adelan reprisal, yeah, that does mean that. Did ranged physical defensive cooldowns like Tactician and Troubadour also go down to... go up to 15 seconds? Or did they stay... wait a minute, they're already 15 seconds, never mind. This means... technically... Oh, there's a... Rost is down there, and so is Lexi. We should watch that. Oh, Aradil is getting on. Didn't even see. You get increased to 15%. Yeah, with 15 seconds on each of them, your DPS section in your raid would be able to maintain a really high uptime on those kinds of debuffs. I don't know if that can hurt me. I don't want to know. Ah, wait. Gazel says, the sad thing is that even if you want Scholar to get a different dumping action, it will only be energy drain getting removed and nothing in return. Well, we don't know that. With Shadowbringers, some things that are perhaps worth mentioning about the things that happened to Scholar in Shadowbringers is that some of these things are associated to what happened with Summoner in... Oh. A good try, Erdel. A good try. Nice attempt. Look, it isn't easy. Because the thing that happened is that when Shadowbringers came out, they removed the Etherflow cost of Bane. So now Summoner only needed to use Ether Flow on Fester and Pain Flare, right? First of all. Then they removed Bane, Miasma, Miasma 2, and Energy Drain from Scholar and made Energy Drain the Ether Flow generator for Summoner. And made it so that Summoner only gets 2 at a time instead of 3. So you can see, like, there's a list here building. Like, also true, Shadow Flare was also removed in Shadowbringers. That's also true, Gus. That is a good point. So Shadow Flare, Bane, Energy Drain, and Miasma and Miasma 2 got removed from Scholar. On White Mage, they lost Aero 3. Over on Summoner, they lost... Well, the cost on Bane, it just became like a 10-second cooldown, which is weird in a way. Like, you just spread your dots every time you want it, almost. And then they made Energy Drain their generator. So, like, there's, like, a handful of things that happened all at once. And ultimately, they made it so that Summoner now could only spend Ether Flow on raw, direct damage, you could say. And I agree, making Bane just a cooldown was weird. And they removed all offensive Ether Flow spenders from Scholar. And also, like, they were, like, on a warpath to simplify healers in general, it looked like. Which they've continued on a little bit in Endwalker. And we can argue back and forth forever on how well that's been going. But my point is that... Oh, right, now I remember. Ow. The point is that they might like not have realized that it was a problem that you didn't have something to like dump excess Ether Flow on, because Scholar basically always had something. And when they made the changes for Shadowbringers that they made, they removed that thing. And that might also be the reason why they were rather quick to give back Energy Drain when the Scholars came with a valid reasoning why they wanted it back. But what could you give Scholars to dump their Ether Flow on? Right? What could you give them? Because the problem is, with a resource dumping button, is if you need a button to spend your excess Ether Flow, what do you normally spend Ether Flow on? Like, what is it? Why is it that you need to dump it? It's because you can only spend it on defensive actions. Okay, so your dumping action should of course be an offensive action, right? And that makes sense. Because the problem with coming up with a good, quote-unquote, resource dumping move is if you need to dump your Ether Flow, then it means that you don't need your Ether Flow for anything defensive. And if I'm saying you can't let it be an offensive thing that you dump your Ether Flow with, because then it becomes the primary thing you'll spend your Ether Flow on, then you circle back the other way and go, yes, but I don't need a defensive button if I'm dumping Ether Flow. Obviously. Like, that's the problem. Which makes it so hard to come up with a solution. I wanted to light curtain that, but I think it was on cooldown. I don't remember what the cooldown is on light curtain. But that is the awkward position. The only reason why I think there's any grounds to discuss not having a resource dumping button is the simple fact that Sage does not have one. And they're kind of fine. And then again, you could also flip that on its head and go, yeah, but if Sage had a dumping button, wouldn't that be better? And sometimes, yes. Actually, yes.
Welcome, Blade Chaiji. I see you've not been resting on your laurels since last we met. We've secured a new outpost, and a barrier was erected over the site not long ago. If you would follow me, I'll show you to our newest encampment. We've drawn perilously close to the Dalriada now, so be on your guard.
And that is also an interesting point, Gasol. I believe the reason why that happens is, of course, because if you have the choice, like the things that the cooldowns that have costs attached to them like that, supposedly should be stronger, right? But yeah, you're right. The reason why a Sage makes that decision is because they can't spend their resource on anything else. Right? Like, if they had energy drain, hypothetically, if Sage had energy drain, then they would think of their cooldowns in a similar way to Scholar. The only difference is that outside of a coordinated raid group, Sage would just go, oh, there's a raid buff up, and just spend all of its Adder Skull immediately. Just blah, blah, blah. Because they don't have a raid buff of their own. So they'll just have to rely on others to do that. I should probably just run to the to that. Maybe not. I don't know. It's nearby, so we don't get janked too far away. I mean, that's true, Nera, but that's actually that's kind of the problem, is that how would you fix Scholar in that way is that, like, one way you could make, quote-unquote, give Scholars a reason to dump their ether flow when they don't need it, is to just do it in the same way as Sage, where, like, you actually get the MP when you spend your ether flow. But that would just mean that Scholar would just, like, use Lustrate on themselves 3 times, which is ultimately part of the problem. Like, that's part of the reason why I was, like, basically saying that Sage works fine, but we can probably agree that there is something weird about the solution to being low on MP and no need to spend your resources is to just waste it. That is weird. That is weird. Definitely. Like, I mean, I suppose a different solution to that would be to make it so that even more of Sage's cooldowns spend Adder Skull, and also make more Scholar cooldowns spend Ether Flow, to, you know, make them stronger to compensate, so that you don't really get the choice. But then it would just make it so that the weaker cooldowns would just never get used, right? So that's also not a good solution. I know you said that a while ago, Lucadamaji, but yeah, expect more harrowing hell, probably. Or maybe just a way, way more damage all the time. I feel like I remember this fight is really, really hard. Lexi says this one is easy. Well, let's see. I didn't even see I reached level 79. We're almost there, everyone. By which I mean we're almost 80. But that was a donut. Whoops. The storm within, is that then a circle? Yes. Oh dear, oh dear. That's such chaos. This is basically, what if we made Snowcloak in Shadowbreakers? A knockback push, like first a lot of crystals and many of them just explode, then a slide across the arena where you just have to make sure that your end destination is close enough to one of the remaining crystals so you don't die to the follow-up AoE. It's a lot. But yeah, like, the thing is that Scholar has its own weirdness, and solving that is weird in a similar way, in my opinion, to how the Summoner had a lot of weirdness. And they didn't solve it in the way that I would have solved it, but they solved it in quotes. Kind of. They just, like, took a bulldozer and just removed everything and tried again, almost. Monk player's got the biggest win in Dawn Trail, I believe it says. Some people says it's dead. Some people say it's dead. I think it looks cool. We are but a stone's throw from the Dalriada, much to the dismay of the 4th Legion, I would assume. That their plans yet remain a mystery is concerning, but Master Garland is confident in his countermeasures for any aerial assaults they may be plotting. Victory is nearly at hand, Blade Chaiji. I can feel it. There's no telling what manner of Magitech weaponry the 4th Legion will employ in their desperation, but I have faith we will prevail in the end. Yeah, does it perhaps make the Dumper give a buff that buffed the next Aetherflow action? Yeah, see, that is also a good idea. The reason why I didn't suggest something like that is because of the exact problem that I was just mentioning that, and again, good idea. The reason why I'm saying maybe that doesn't work is specifically because going through the reasoning of Scholar going, we don't have an Aetherflow dump. We don't have an Aetherflow dump. Why would you need an Aetherflow dump? Because I don't need any of my ether flow actions right now. Why don't need any of your ether flow actions right now? Assuming you don't have energy drain, right? Well, I don't need any defensive actions right now. Okay. What if we allow you to stockpile like a buff for your next ether flow action? And then the follow-up question will be, how long can I stockpile that for? Because I won't need my ether flow for like 30 seconds. At least. So like, what are we talking here? Is it going to last 30 seconds? A minute? Can I stack them? How many can I stack? How good are they? If the buff is too strong, then you might even be in a situation where it's like, well, if you have a scholar as one of your healers, then basically the pure healer is going to do all of the work for the first minute, because the scholar just goes mash, mash, mash on the power up my next ether flow action button. Because it's that good. And you just spend them on the next one. But my point being, and again, just reiterating, I'm not saying that your idea is bad, Guzzle. It's not what I'm saying. I'm specifically saying that the problem is, like, the reason why I can say I think energy drain bad, and then you suggest a defensive option, and then I go, nope, that doesn't work either. It's specifically because of the combined issue of, well, if you need an ether flow dump, then it means you don't need a defensive ether flow action. If you don't need a defensive ether flow action, then you also don't need to empower your defensive ether flow actions. That's a really, really awkward spot, right? Make it buff the next ether flow action. Then once you use that, you get a damage button, like TBN, so that people actually use it defensively while getting offensive. That could work. That could work. I mean, they could also make it so that, like, you have, like, a button where, like, every time you spend ether flow, you, like, accumulate, like, some sort of negative flow that when you press this button, it unleashes, like, a burst of damage up to 3 stacks or something. So that you're heavily incentivized to spend your ether flow defensively, because when you do, you get a kickback of damage. How would they do that? I don't know. In Stormblood and Shadowbringers, I believe, perhaps even Heavensward, I believe the way Dreadworm Trance worked was that you used ether flow, then you spent your ether flow, which enabled you to be able to use Dreadworm Trance, or something to that effect. And when you used Dreadworm Trance, it gave you, like, some sort of resource. So, like, it was like they empowered your slots in a really weird way. I can't actually exactly remember how it worked. Why do I keep messing up the order on those two? It would suck if the tank is good. I mean, if you made it so that when you spent your ether flow, you stockpile a resource that makes you able to use an attack, then you basically made Scholar into White Mage. You click Lustrate if you don't need anything else, because then you get to damage. But you will get the damage either way, so it might be beneficial to, like, use your ether flow efficiently over just spamming them out so you can use super energy drain or whatever. Oh, that's scary. Oh, sorry, it was a response to Locale Magie. Fair enough. Let me just see that. When Blood for the Blood Fairy. Yeah, yeah. Look at Magic says, when X Cogitation pops, toggle an energy drain on. That would suck if the tank is good. Yeah, and also X Cogitation has a 45-second cooldown. But they could, of course, make it so that X Cogitation doesn't have that. Or you'd have to put X-Cog on yourself to stand in AoE. Yeah. I think the reason why TBN does that one better is because TBN is like, you can choose to use the resource offensively, or if the opportunity presents itself, you can spend it defensively, and if you do it well, you get a refund. So you can use it offensively anyway. So, like, the real TBN analogy would be if you had energy drain, but if you used Excogitation and it popped from the tank dropping low enough, or like the target dropping low enough, then you get a special fancy schmancy ether flow that can only be spent on energy drain. Like, then we would be truly in TBN territory, right? I don't think that's a good solution either. Like, basically what I've been circling this, I don't know how long I've been talking about this. Oh, look, it's Red Comet. Sounds a little bit like Sage Purple Candies. Yeah, kind of. The difference is that the Purple Candies isn't exactly a damage gain. Under most circumstances, more like an adjacent damage effect. But yeah, kinda in a way, I guess. But yeah, the point is that it's difficult. It's a difficult problem to solve. And I don't have a good solution, but I recognize that I think that energy drain is it's a weird solution to a problem that we have. And the problem that we have, namely, is if you play Scholar and your group is good enough, then you have nothing to spend your ether flow on. People are still coming into this session somehow. Ham, wasn't it Graham? Yeah, Graham asked in the link shell for a party invite, but I don't see them in the list, or did I miss them? No, they are there. They're in a party. I'm just blind. I was like, I was looking up here because I was looking for someone who wasn't in the party, but they're here. Well then. I was just exploring, Naomi. Don't know if you were as well. And yes, I agree, Gassel. Removing, just grabbing energy drain and throwing it out the window is also a bad solution. So, ultimately what I'm getting at, what I'm trying to say is energy drain is a really bad solution. But it is a solution. It's technically a solution to the problem that Scholar might be put in a situation where they have nothing to spend their defensive resource on. White Mage is dealing with a similar problem. If you don't need to use your lilies, then you have nothing to spend your defensive resource on. However, because the kickback of spending your defensive resource is so insanely big, you don't even care that you're wasting it. You don't even care that you're wasting it. Because it's that good. And Sage is actually Sage is basically like a sign into the future that if we removed energy drain, that's kinda like the situation that Sage is in is what Scholar would land in. Where you just, like, either do nothing with the ether flow you don't need, or you just dump them on yourself if there is any sort of resource to gain. And you're right, Ham. You are right. You were standing in front of me earlier, and for some reason I have a memory of a goldfish. I guess my brain just got caught up on the idea that you were looking for a party and I couldn't invite you, and I felt bad that you were stuck outside of our session so hard that I was basically doing the, oh no, my friend is gone, what will I do? As the friend is just standing there like, hello? Streaming isn't as easy as people think. Yeah, that's true. It's, oh, we can't join it because there's someone who hasn't reached Zone 3 yet. Who is it that hasn't reached Zone 3 yet? What? Who is it? Shaq. You just got it. Okay. Well, if we can't make it, we can't make it, and that's okay. I think. What do we do? Help? Lexi says perhaps it's might be an unpopular take, but in my opinion it's completely fine to have a resource you don't use all the time. And you know what? That's also a good point. You can join independently too. Oh, we just... I don't... That's weird. It said that it specifically said no to me after the timer's up. Okay. Thank you all. I was a little bit confused there. But you know, that is a totally fair take, Lexi. Check this out. What's happening to our group? Is that the level 4, like rank 4? They're just killing the group? Oh, it was interruptible. I didn't even realize. We typically talk about Scholar and Sage in these kinds of conversations where this problem crops up. You're doing, like, I don't know, a normal difficulty raid, and your group is really solid. So you see no, like, need to, like, stack defensive cooldowns on the main tank. You're the off tank, and you're a paladin. That full oath gauge looking real useful right about now. Can I have a spender for that? To dump it. I didn't bring that up earlier because I feel like that's an extremely unfair comparison. And I still think it is. I don't think that's a reasonable comparison to Scholar and Sage's position. But I do think that it is a valid argument that you don't need to use your resources all the time. Like, on the one hand, Sage has the advantage of... well, they don't have an advantage. They get one resource every 20 seconds, and every 90 seconds they can request an additional one. Scholar only gets some every minute, but they choose when they get their extra resource. Which puts them in the position where, if they needed it, they could use 3 ether flows, recharge immediately, and use 3 more. So, like, at peak performance, a Sage would only ever be able to spend 4 resources in really quick succession, like reasonably tightly packed. Only 4, where a Scholar would be able to spend 6. Is that an advantage? It could be if you needed that many. If you actually needed that many, then yes. The problem is you rarely do. Like most of the time you don't need that many. Making it kind of a moot point, right? Fleep says, just Holy Shieldtron. You're the off tank. You're not taking damage. You're at full HP. You just click Holy Shieldtron anyway? Yeah, I mean, I've done that. I've done that. Scholar could hit 9, couldn't it? Yeah, if you also use Dissipation, you could actually use 9 in quick succession. That is true. Although I am a little bit of the opinion that that I feel like Dissipation is the awkward spot of what? I'm a little confused. Is that? Oh right, it also shoots itself. Right. What was I saying? I'm of the opinion that because of the way that Dissipation is balanced, it feels like, oh, level 80, it feels like most of the time Dissipation is such a massive healing loss that you'd mainly use it as a panic button or as an offensive button. So it would be weird if you like needed to use Dissipation as well for 9 things, but as a panic button it makes sense. I mean, I don't think it's outright reportable for people to request that you spent, to ask that you spent your resources in some way or another. That isn't reportable, but being a douche is ultimately reportable, and I'm guessing that's what you're getting at, Gazel. That it depends heavily on how they ask. 9 Etherflow stacks could make for a beefy 2-minute burst. It could, but it will take so long that like at least 3 of them will fall outside raid buffs. And see, Lexi, that is actually an interesting point that is ultimately what it all circles back to. But every time I've brought this up, I usually start with that point, and then what happens instead is that people circle around and go, well, not everyone thinks about passing, but enough people do. That is the reason why every time I talk about optimization in this way, that it isn't about whether you think it's a good or a bad idea, it's about whether it is optimal or not. That's actually the problem with gap closers, which is the reason why, and I mentioned this like earlier in the stream. Oh, it looks like most gap closers are losing their damage component or getting replaced with ones that don't have any. And I celebrated that. Because if Rough Divide does 0 damage, then I get to use it for mobility. If Plunge does 0 damage, then I get to use it for mobility. If Spine Shatter Dive does 0 damage, then I get to use it for mobility. Isn't that incredible? That's what it takes to be allowed to use your gap closer specifically for utility. Yes, if you need the gap closer, or rather, it is a bigger DPS loss to not have a gap closer in that moment, then you would use your gap closer for gap closing. But that's also part of why these kinds of discussions get really convoluted a lot of the time. Exactly, Licky, exactly. And that's, of course, extreme exaggeration, everyone. If it wasn't obvious. If something can be used for damage, everything else will cause you to die to enrage. Hmm. And I can also add to that I've basically asked and said that I wanted gap closers to do 0 damage, basically for all of Endwalker. Like when I saw that, oops, they deleted shoulder tackle and replaced it with thunderclap, I was like, great, perfect. Now Monk finally has a gap closer, because they didn't really before. You could have given them 3 or 4 or 5 charges of shoulder tackle and they would still be like, I don't have a gap closer. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's a damage button. Hey, Traverse, hope you're doing well. And yeah, Warrior's also an interesting case. Because the really dumb part about that is that if you're in an uncoordinated group, right? If you're in an uncoordinated group and you can't rely on damage buffs coming out on time at all, or you're in a dungeon group and no one has a damage buff whatsoever, then you can just use Onslaught when you want. There's, there will be no better or worse time to do it. You just use it when you feel like it. But if there is anyone with a damage buff, then technically there is a damage gain to be had from holding Onslaught stacks for the buff. Oh yeah, that's also true, Licky. Oh man. Oh, that was one of the dumbest things ever. Those that don't know, I suppose primarily people that got into Final Fantasy XIV in Endwalker or never played Warrior before Endwalker. In Shadowbringers, Onslaught cost 20 Beast Gauge and had like a 10-second cooldown, and it didn't have charges. It was just a 10-second cooldown that cost 20. But it was an ability. Upheaval also cost 20 Beast Gauge, by the way. And you wanted to use that on cooldown every 30 seconds. But because Onslaught did so little damage, it meant that it ate into your Fell Cleaves. So it was a DPS loss to use Onslaught ever. You know, a bit like how Samurai, before they lost Kaiten, had that situation where you didn't want to use your gap closer because it was less damage than Shinten. Like point for point. Primal Rent losing its damage? I mean, you could make Primal Rent not a gap closer. But honestly, I don't actually view Primal Rent as a gap closer in the same way. But I get your point. I get your point. Fair. No, I don't want Primal Rent to lose its damage. But that would be funny. That extremely over-the-top explosive attack, and then you just land. Like you just do that whole and then just Beyblade down towards the enemy, and the last second before you land, you just do and then just careful like a feather land on your feet. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, true. It's a bit like Dragonfire Dive and Stardiver, where incidentally, it just so happens to also gap close. But the way that Warrior dealt with Beast Gauge costs in Shadowbringers was also a little weird. In a release, I can't remember if it lasted 10 or 12 seconds. It had a 90-second cooldown, and you needed a specific amount of skill speed, and you needed to late weave it so that you could fit exactly 5 Fell Cleaves in it, if I remember correctly. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5. I think it was 5. But I feel like that sounds wrong. Yeah, 5. And the thing that the inner release actually did was it made all of your damage automatic critical direct hits. And it made all your beast gauge costs 0. You just made them free. Which meant that every time you used inner release, you would use, 5 Fell Cleaves, Upheaval, and Onslaught because it was free. Because it was free, you would use it. Then it was worth it. So you, basically use inner release and then you just went blah, 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 blah. Found someone suggesting that make energy drain to turn Aetherflow stacks into fairy gauge. Energy drain already does that. But did you mean more? But technically it already does that. That's a little strange. But more. That could be something, but here's an important little, and I'm sure you're thinking the same thing too, Gazel. Okay, can we then perhaps have more things to spend Fey Gauge on? I think the problem there is that, okay, make it so that you can turn Aetherflow into 20 Fairy Gauge instead of 10 by, spending it normally. Or maybe even 30. Ooh. But, okay. So that I can maintain Ether Pact for longer. I don't have anything else to spend it on, so... if they gave maybe this could work. If they... I don't know, maybe if they doubled the length of the Fairy Gauge or something. Also, thank you for joining, Lexi. Good luck with it. I'm guessing you have to raid. But if Seraphism does things with Fake Age, that could be. That could be. I think that could solve that. But then again, oh wait, maybe that could solve that. Whoops. Would you like to talk to me? No. Oh. Okay then. And then, yeah, exactly, guys. Exactly. It's like a pretty difficult things on Tangle here. But what if we replaced Energy Drain with something that allowed us to get more Fairy Gauge? Okay, but then we need something to spend Fairy Gauge on. What if the new Seraphism gives you something to spend Fairy Gauge on? Then we would need to have a reason to use Seraphism. A lot.
Blade Chaiji, we have urgent tidings from the field. Our spies dispatched to the enemy encampment have at last uncovered the reason for the 4th Legion relocating to Zadnor. This plateau is home to a number of Allagan ruins, which are what drew Menenius here.
Familiar voice. I can't guess who it is, guys. Anyone could be wearing that glove and that black and white shirt. This isn't the first time the Empire has shown an interest in such relics. It's Nero.
Ah, I'm glad you could join us. May I ask to what you're referring?
This is all reminiscent to the 14th Legion's excavation of the Allegan ruins in Alamigo. It was there that they discovered the ultimate weapon.
By the gods, the similarities are striking. Our scouts report that the Imperials have unearthed a vast relic. They describe it as monstrous to behold.
So we do have another Allegan abomination to contend with. Wonderful.
This excavation was completed some time ago, but they have yet to finish loading it onto the Dalriada.
Perhaps they have something else in mind. It's more likely Menenius is testing it first, or maybe he's planning to test it on us.
Knowing the Imperials, I dare say you're right. All the more reason we must break through the enemy lines and bring their schemes to an end. Sid, can we assume your unexpected return means you have found a way to combat the Dalriada?
Yes, I believe so. After analyzing the data Mikoto provided on the crystal focus, we should be able to put its energies to good use. Hopefully, with explosive results. You wish to make a bomb of the crystal focus? Ooh, a Bozjan cluster! Not exactly. After reading over your analysis of its unique ethereal signature, we thought it warranted an investigation of practical applications. We found that, with a little help from us, the focus is able to attune to the wavelength of ceruleum and cause it to destabilize. Ceruleum has ever been known to be a volatile substance. If it can be agitated by energy emitted from the crystal focus, then... Precisely. We can ignite the very lifeblood of the warship, destroying it from within. That's our theory, at any rate. Unfortunately, the crystal focus doesn't possess the energy we require for that level of destabilization. Don't worry though, the chief's already thought of a solution, and it's right here in Zadnor. Oh. Luckily for us, the ether that permeated the land at the time of the Bozja incident is at our disposal. If we can use that residual energy to momentarily overcharge the crystal focus, it should release a pulse potent enough to detonate the ceruleum. Even if we can't destroy the warship, the engines would at least be severely damaged. Should your plan succeed, it would cease to be a threat, if only for a short while. Hopefully, this will give us the opening we need. The Aether Wave Amplifier designed for the task should have arrived in Doma by now, and we still have to find a way of transporting it and the crystal focus behind enemy lines.
You'll not find an airship faster than Bagamnan's pride and joy, the Lassar. Raynok can have it here in no time at all.
Perfect. Once it arrives, I'll see to shielding its engines against the crystal focus.
For our part, we will launch a diversionary assault on a nearby camp to draw their attention away from the Lassar. If, by some chance, we are able to advance on the Dalriada's position, all the better.
I like the way you think, Baisaljan. I have a job for you as well, Caetsu. We're going to need to place another DAM near the ether current closest to the Dalriada. I've made a few modifications to allow for manual redirection of the ether it collects. When the Lassar passes overhead, I want you to channel it directly to us. So you mean to fly into enemy territory and release this burst of energy from the sky? But any number of things could go wrong, not to mention how dangerous it is. Which is why I intend to pilot the Lassar myself. I need to be on board to trigger the pulse, and lest you forget, I don't just build airships, I pilot them too.
I'm sorry, Sid, but I cannot allow it if anything should happen to you. I have to, Mysalgian, for you and for the people of Bozja, to make amends for what happened all those years ago. I should warn you, Lazar means tornado in the Dalmascan tongue, and like its namesake, our ship is wild and unforgiving. Luckily for you, Raynok is one of a select few ever to have mastered her. She will take the helm.
I would accompany you as... I would accompany you as well.
There's no need to put yourself in harm's way, Mikoto. Your place is here, helping the others.
Well, the truth is, I had another vision of the two of us aboard the Lazar.
You know, you could just change the future.
We were successful in overcharging the crystal focus, and, as you predicted, it rendered the Imperial's warship inoperable. Caetsu too bore witness to this vision.
I didn't see anything. I had my sunglasses on. Is that so? Give the gravest of nods. In that case, you'll be coming with us. If Mikoto has foreseen it, our victory is assured. I will have our soldiers make ready at once. Mikoto, would you mind accompanying me to Doma? The ether wave amplifier still needs a little fine-tuning, and I could do with a touch of your scholarly knowledge. Odell says, we will have to change instance soon. Dalriada cannot spawn here anymore anyway. That's true. I'm hoping we can get as far as possible on the, on ranking up before we have to leave, so that we're sure that the next session we can finish. There you are. I've tried locating a current close to the Imperial's warship, but there's nothing in range of the spectrometer. If we're to have any chance of finding one, I'm going to need you to place a sense out there. Oh, and so you know, we've asked Boaki to operate the dam once it's in place. With the fighting on the southern front dying down, he thought his time would be better spent helping us here. I've marked an ideal spot on your map. When the sensor's set, contact me via link pearl, and I'll fire up the spectrometer. Good luck in top, Licky. Sid Danger Garland. Tathio says, I wonder if Seraphism is replacing Dissipation. I'm wondering that too. And if it is, then I hope the effect is at least interesting, because if it just means that you grow wings, get 3 ether flow charges, and your healing magic, healing spells specifically, heal for 20% more for 30 seconds, if that's all it does, and like the only upgrade is now you don't lose your fairy when you do it, that doesn't... I feel like that doesn't warrant growing wings and your outfit turning white. Like, I feel like that's overselling it a lot. And good luck in DSR, Lexi. The outfit is cool. I will, however, say that I understand the perspective from I think it was Garzel that said this. It could have been someone else that said this. I don't want to get forced to wear white every time I use that cooldown. And the camera like slowly pans to a Reaper standing in the area in their enshroud form. First time. I hope whatever it does is it makes something, like some of your buttons change in some way.
Soldiers, eh? By the sounds of it, they didn't put up much of a fight. Well, whenever you're ready, I'm standing by. Signal detected. Everything seems to be working as it should. You're clear to head back, Caetsu. Changes Fey Blessing to give a weaker execution to the whole party. I think the existing wing accessory looks a bit different than the one that than the ones in that job action trailer. Thanks again for your help. It shouldn't be long before the analysis is complete. While we wait for the results, I have to ask. Oh, she's serious. She took off her glasses. That vision you and Mikoto saw. She's hiding something, isn't she? Aye. I know Mikoto would never lie to us, but I can't help but think she's not telling us the whole truth.
Mikoto's not the only one withholding information. Whatever you're hiding, I suggest you spit it out.
It's possible the wings are like a placeholder and it looks even cooler when we really get it.
Surely we should consult by Salyan and the others, no? There must be something we can do to prevent Mikoto from falling.
Mikoto said her visions of the future aren't something that might happen, but will happen. One way or another, she's going to fall. And don't forget, we were all there in her vision, preoccupied with one thing or another. It's hopeless.
Couldn't we, like, put out pillows or something? Nonsense, our fates are only decided when we let others decide them for us. Cheer up, lass. We'll find a way to save her.
Right. Of course. There's still hope. Just make sure she's not in combat. Doesn't she enter combat when she gets hit? You forget yourself. You forget the duty of Gunhilda. There can be no Bozja without her children. I don't know what I'd do if something were to happen to any of you. So you can be damn sure I'll do my part to keep everyone safe. I promise. Wait, when is the next quest? 25. Pretty funny it says 25 or higher. Isn't 25 the highest rank? Maybe they plan for higher ranks like Grand Companies? Maybe. It could also just be like a stock message. Looks like everyone's in a critical engagement. How about we hop out whenever that's finished so that we can regroup? Well, I'll wait outside for a bit. So don't worry. I'm not just going out and in again and just leaving you all in the dust. But that could be that they just were like, maybe we'll do more. But I feel like they added everything to Zadnor that needed to be added in the patch where they added the Dalriada. I don't think they did anything more. Can't remember if the Dalriada was added in the patch where the final relic stage was added. But it is funny when it looks like that. And they're like, oh, rank 25 or higher. You just, you know, do the impossible. Lost impetus. Don't even know what that is. Hey, dash forward 10 yalms. What? That's really weird. Like, impetus feels like it completely, like, makes Lost Swift itself kind of pointless. Okay, Lost Swift has like stronger versions of the effects that Lost Impetus gives. It's just that Lost Impetus is a 30-second cooldown. Do you not need these yourself, Castle? Oh no? You know, that does remind me. How many things have I gotten appraised? Tombstones? You're right, but I don't know what to spend them on. Smol Caetsu doesn't really need anything. If I wasn't my main, I would probably have gone and spent them on something immediately. But Smol Caetsu doesn't really need anything. Right. I'll be right back, and then we'll get ready to go in again. In the meantime, sanity restored. Exchanged all the poetic skill already? I think we... let me just... like this? Wait, what? Did I only get one ring? Weird. Also, welcome back, Emir. I could have sworn I already had everything. Did you do it, Dalriada? We haven't gotten in yet. We are ranked 23. Where would we find... There's an achievement for... appraising a certain number of items. Don't know where that would be. I'm wondering how many we're missing. And you know, that's understandable, Gazel, that if you're used to doing it with a bunch of other people, it will feel very, very lonely. And it does. That's also why I haven't been back for a long time. Battle field. Oh, right. Yeah, that checks out. That does make sense, doesn't it? Oh, wow. We're not even halfway. Are we all here? Like, how many people we have here are wanting to join up with us? We could make some parties again. Like, how many are we? We should probably still split up in 2 groups. How many do we have in group 2 right now? There's 2 in group 2. Right. How many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count the animals. They're actively moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we should have a 6 and a 7. At the very least. You already have 6. Did I count wrong? Did I miss you? You're already 6 in group 2. Who is in group 2? Are you over at group 2? Also, thank you, Rioma. Rioma. We have Sip. Oh. I didn't count Ashley here, so if you grab Ashley, then we should be 8 and 7. Like this? Are we all here? Well, then I think we're ready. Is there anyone who's on the way who's like, wait? Or specifically isn't in a group that wants to be in a group? Is Bankai looking for a group? Or are they here separately? Can you grab Bankai? In group 2. Bankai! Then we're 8 and 8. If you do a ready check in group 2, I think we're ready to go. Once you know. This is a Bleach episode? I wouldn't know, I've never watched Bleach. Bankai is dressed the part. I guess so. Is group 2 ready? The chaos. Group 2 is ready. Oh, this is the beach episode. Surprise! Is this a completely new instance? Yep. Apparently it is. Oh. An entire instance just for us, indeed. Guess I could use that. And I never noticed that it lasts 3 hours. You have no beach glamour prepared. It's fine. It's like one of those beach episodes where like you get to the beach and then something goes wrong. So in retrospect, it's probably good that you didn't show up in your beach outfit. Don't we need to fight stuff to get the things going? Or is that incorrect? Well, whether it worked or not, we have a skirmish to do now. Kill 4th Legion Magitech to spawn. Critical engagement fates. Standard fates come naturally. Well, if there is no standard skirmish to fight, it makes sense to fight things. Oh, that one isn't expecting this many people to pilot. It's not ready for that kind of damage. It's just immediately dead. No worries, Emir. It's a bit difficult with fates like that, because you're like, on the one hand, maybe I should hold back. On the other hand, I mean, I also need to do my part, right? I'm mildly confused. It's targeting me, but chasing Ryoma. I'm pretty sure I also had the most enmity. It's just, nah. I'd rather kill the white mage. Boing. Thought I saw a shadow fly by. Oh, there's our boss. Da, 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 da. Right. That thing. The proximity AoE that I didn't see. There's a lot of death happening around here. No one saw it. Was it just not visible? I'm willing to admit I wasn't looking for it. Must have been the wind. Run for the hills. The Creed. The Ultra Creed. One sad chocobo left. Blap. Why did that count for like 10% of the skirmish? Traverse says I just got out of dead ends. That was rough. How rough are we talking? Which role were you filling? Been a while since I've had to use Super Bolide twice in a single run. Ugh. Those are the times where, when you get a dungeon like Dead Ends, where it could be a problem, I'm like, whew, good thing I chose Warrior this time. Did I not? I thought I used... Did I not grab a... I thought I grabbed the deep one. Did I grab a Breathtaker instead? That was not intentional. I'll need to fix that. It's really random. Just grab a potion. And didn't even grab my strongest potions.
You can't handle my strongest potions.
Max Relic, but stood around doing nothing until I would almost die. Then spam heals and then back to nothing. Were they at least attacking? And what healer job were they playing? While we're on the subject. Because if they were a white mage or an astrologian, then at least they could heal in bursts. But if it was like a barrier healer, that sounds extra rough. Like, if they wait for you to be near death. Or I took deep essence of the Breathtaker. I was wondering, because I thought I took 3 of these. Oh. I don't want Breathtaker. I would rather have Beast. An Astrologian, they weren't attacking. In a level 90 dungeon. With a maxed out relic weapon. That's always fun. And yeah, exactly. If, like, the whole reason why you just stand there, or hypothetically, that you would just stand there and let the tank drop low, is to have time to spam attacks. If you're not attacking, then it kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Why are you not healing? Like, if you're just standing there, then you could just as easily just spam Benefic 1. Like, if we're going to be completely honest with ourselves, like, if you're just going to stand there and do nothing anyway, then you might as well cast Benefic 1. But that's what we call a rough dead ends. At least they didn't die to mechanics. That's true. Especially on the first boss. Did they not die on the first boss? Oh yeah, I should actually bring Assassinate, come to think of it. You think I have that now? I don't know, Tathio. The thing is there that both the Shadowbringers and Endwalker ones, for certain, I know with 100% certainty, you could easily farm without ever playing the job and never really caring to play the job. Like, yeah, of course you would need to have it at like high enough level to get it, but like both of those are like, if you just farmed long enough, you could have it on a job you never play. I'm pretty sure that also kind of applies for Stormblood and even Heavensward and the Realm Reborn. Like, because the things you need to do with the job doesn't really require you to be good. You aren't going to accidentally finish your Shadowbringer's relic though. That's true, except in Shadowbringers you might. There's so much stuff to farm in Zadnor and Bozja that if you were interested in it, you could absolutely find stuff to do that would end up like, my main hasn't finished Zadnor, and my main has all relic weapons maxed out. All of them. But hasn't finished the actual zone. So, like, you could... Not, it's of course much less likely than the Endwalker ones where you just go and buy them, right? Like, once Dawn Trail comes out, it'll probably be something that costs Poetics instead. So it'll just be one of the things you throw Poetics at when you don't need anything else. Like, it'll just be in the pile of things you can spend it on. Nice click limit break while in Delta's Game V3. Almost used LB1 as a scholar. And you gotta admit, that would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Like, you're just like trying to rush through the fight and then suddenly the scholar stops attacking and uses limit break. For nothing, everyone had full HP, there was no need for it, but here we are. Also, I'm concerned, how much damage does that do? Oh. Everyone turns to attack the healer. There's a boss nearby. But you're right, Tathio. That is probably the one that you would be least like. What? Menenius is just taken to the field, huh? Nah. I don't want to do it. Does someone else want to do it? Meanwhile, the boss is just sitting there completely confused. She's just like, I guess I'll have my cup of tea then. If you're doing this. We should probably go cheer for whoever said yes to the 1v1 after this. They went through Mortal Kombat fatality. Fatality. Who's here? Is there no one here? What are you doing, Grizzly Bear? A Zadnor Grizzly. You know, they're known to grow plants on them. What's with all these grizzlies? Believe says, I find it pretty funny that I've been doing Delta Escape V3 repeatedly, and yet I still manage to forget Rivet every time. Look, this isn't the first time I've that Delta Escape V3 has been one of the ways, or the way, to grind this, like to grind mock tomes. And I've previously been, like, grinding them through that. And it never fails. The thing that happens is that either you're fully laser focused every time and you get tired out by everyone else getting hit, or you get or you relax a bit because, you know, you don't have to go full sweaty try-hard mode to beat it, and then you get hit. Charging cannons. Target lock. Do you have to announce? He's using the gunbird. Yeah, that, I suppose that is what you would call that. A gunbird. It's a halberd with a gun on it. Of course it's a gunbird. What would you call, like those shields with guns on them that Ritterton uses? Like, what are those called? Are they just gun shields? Are they guilds? Oh. Shield. Wait a minute. Guilds? Oh, he just casts return, huh? Shield bird. I'm pretty sure that my first, like, attempt at a solo duel was also against Gabriel, and I pretty much pulled it, went in, and the first mechanic that happened that could kill me, killed me. I don't believe I've ever accepted a solo duel since. Like, if I were to go in... They're called inadequate. Oh. If I were to go in and try one of those solo duels, I would probably had already, like, checked out a guide on it just to be sure and have everything ready and waiting so that I can, like, perfect it. So I don't have to try multiple times. And I would also probably get extremely frustrated really quickly. Because if there's something that I hate more than... Well, I don't hate a really hard fight. if there's something that I hate about a really hard fight, is if there's a tedious run back. And the tedious run back can include, you need to wait for this particular encounter to appear, and then you have to do that one perfectly, and then you have to make sure that you're the one chosen and not someone else. So it's basically like, imagine a Dark Souls boss that you're having trouble with, perhaps. But the run back is actually like fighting through like swaths of mobs for 20 minutes, and when you reach the destination, there's a chance the boss is there. There's a chance the boss is there. And if they're not there, then you'll just have to fight through another swath of mobs for 20 minutes, and maybe he'll be there next time. Maybe. That would suck, in my opinion. Like, that's something where I think it's really good when like games with really tough boss encounters, they just put like a checkpoint consistently right next to the boss, or even in the boss room, so that like if you die, you just go again immediately. Exactly, through a poison swamp, that's true. Through a poison swamp, and you have to like quickly sprint from safe spot to safe spot, and then you have to like, if you're in the swamp for like in the swampy poison for like 15 seconds, then you have to stand there for 30 seconds waiting for the poison debuff build up to drop again. Or you have to use items that you have a finite amount of, by the way, so if you use too many attempts, you run out. Your Jimbo's dog got me. Are you in the gold saucer, Philippe? That's an interesting reward, Traverse. A Mountain Dew tote bag. Meanwhile, us over in Europe, we have the perfect solution to this problem. We just don't get anything. There is quite a lot of metal until rank 25. Eh? By the way, yeah, I didn't actually comment on that, but that was a good try, Graham. It was a good try. And that's also a funny perspective thing. Oh, hey, yo, Jojimbo Gate showed up. Enough leap. Personally, when I'm in the gold saucer, I'm, like, mildly annoyed whenever it's the slice is right or any way the wind blows. Because I think Leap of Faith is more fun. I think that's the only reason. It's just I think the jumping ones are fun. But any way the wind blows and the slice is right are probably way more time efficient. Since, like, well, I don't know. I feel like with at least any way the wind blows, it takes like 3 minutes before the event actually goes underway. And if you're fast enough, you've already finished your leap of faith by that point. Like, you've already entered, ran the whole course, and left by the time the slice is right, or anyway the wind blows actually begins in the first place. You don't like the rail shooter? Are you on a controller, Taithio? Although, yeah, you're on a mouse. I mean, the rail shooter is very bland. It's not hard. It's just, like, you go and do it. Like, I'm not exactly saying that it's amazing, but I heard that it's way harder on a controller. I believe Cliffhanger is also one of those that are insanely fast. Give me a savage version. The savage version is just every time a target appears, like, exactly enough frames pass so that you have like 1 frame of time to sneak in your bullet before like one of the red ones that give you negative points appears in front of it. Like, exactly enough time that it just like, nope. I believe there's also the part, Darth, that many of those first-person shooters have some level of, like, target assistance at times, where, like, they help guide your shot a little bit, or your aim. I'm guessing that the rail shooter here does not do that. I don't know, but I would guess. It's a feature that majority of first-person shooter consoles have. Except Rainbow Six Siege. How much metal are you at? I'm at 19 million and something. That's really random. I guess it's a person, an NPC that came from Doma or something. Also, level 81. Woohoo! Note. Yeah, I could imagine, like, just Final Fantasy XIV in general, that there's a lot of things where it would be very handy to at least have a mouse on hand for things. A KO demon. Yeah. Well, you know, Famfrit guy, that move would be more effective if you actually pointed it in a direction where people were. You should try that sometime. I'm stuck on legs because I'm stuck in combat with Captain Reset over there. Ah! Help! Run! Why do you have such a long leash? Leave me alone. Can you hop on someone else's mount when you're in combat? Nope. Finally! Dalriada's open again. Well. Who brought so many golems? I actually don't know. I stopped attacking to the best of my ability because I felt like every time I did something, it just became more and more. Where's Ryoma? Ryoma's over here. Thank you, Aradel. You said you killed them, but there was one more. Or did that one just get pulled for fun? You boy. Does anyone know how much rank you need to reach rank, like how much metal you need to reach rank 25? $25. Thank you. Oh, I tried to make a joke of you giving tips to Vampit. Right. Why? Why torn from the heavens? Why? That's really random. We have plenty of good Bozja music. Why suddenly torn from the heavens? It is a banger. I just wish that it wasn't so awkward to deal with. AoE pitch perfect will be amazing. You know, the best part about that is that you're basically already using it on AoE. Kinda because you have to, in a way. Thank you, Tape. Have a good evening. I feel like we could make a compilation of tips for bosses, and the last one is, have you considered leading with Enrage? I feel like if we could see like the UI of bosses, I would guess that it would be something like, as the fight begins, they start like with a gauge that starts charging over time. Like imagine like similar to like a Sage Adderskull gauge. And it takes like, I don't know, 10 minutes to charge up, and the instant that it fully charges, you see the boss just use. Yeah, then we're aiming to reach exactly 25 million metal or so that we can hopefully double rank up. So bosses have job gauges too? I would guess so. I like to think about, there's this quest in World of Warcraft Legion where you see a flashback to Illidan in the Black Temple, and you play as him fighting a 25-man raid. But for some reason, they just keep respawning. Like, somehow, they just keep going the Dormammu, I've come to bargain move, and just reappear out of thin air. But you have basically all of his mechanics, but as cooldowns. So that you can use them approximately as often as the boss would. Similar to Sage's gauge, while Sage gets full resources when you enter a fight. I mean, I said similar, I didn't say identical to. Just say it's like LB3. Well, then someone would go, well, what's Seed of Sacrifice doing then? Although I suppose he's doing exactly that. Imagine if you had an ability that just charged an LB3 like that. The Seed of Sacrifice went, hold my drink. I got this. He's going super mode. Looks like a mouse. Nom, 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 nom. Like that. Those are the eyes, and like the face, and then it's just a mouse. Nom, 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 nom. You see it? So we should be closer to 26 million metal, actually, before we should go back. It's a weirdly lot of really long grind to reach 25 compared to what it took to reach Castrum. That one felt almost like it was just served up on a platter. You just go for it, man. Just wait until the grind for honors. Oh, we're not doing that. Smol Caetsu doesn't grind. If we were to grind honors, I would be doing this on my main. It's that, like, it's that simple. If we ground Smol Caetsu, there wouldn't be much left. Smol Caetsu doesn't understand what grinding is. He just doesn't do that. The moment that you're just farming the end game of something, she stops doing it. Because then I might as well do it on my main. And I do have honors on my main. A bunch, but not all of them. Comes as a side effect of grinding all of the relic weapons. Oh. Oh. Here comes the complicated mechanic that could kill you. Oh, the boss is dead. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Traverses, I'm getting nervous for tonight. Progging the Aerodel fight on tank for the first time. Was DPS last time. We've got some new people too. Should be fun but chaotic. The Aerodel fight? Wait, why is that the Aerodel fight? Did I miss something? I mean, they're continuing the boss fighting. The boss fighting us joke. Ah. Oh. Okay. Right. That does make sense. Watch out for the clumsy elephant face. I hope you have a strat. It's just Aerodel just charging at you with like the animation that you normally see when you're on slippery floor. And it's just a lion AoE and you die if you get in the way. GX says, have to go in the zone with the undead enemies in Bozja. Those are strong. I don't have the lost actions for those yet. What to do? Run past them? I believe they're only out at... I can't remember. Yeah, exactly. They disappeared at a certain time. I can't remember if it's night or day. But you just have to go there at a time where they're not there. Which sounds weird, I know. Watch for the slippery floor. It steals your kill. Yeah, around here. The reason why it confused me is because P9S was the, well, P9 was the one where we saw him and immediately went, well, that's Archibuster, right? That has to be Archibuster, because Archibuster eats everything. Watch for the Rothgal, she'll talk your ear off about it, about Gunbreaker. I suppose if Smol Kai ever were to replace a boss somewhere, it would probably also be P9. You just come in and she's just eating like some etherite, sitting on the floor eating it. You run at her and she goes, "Eat! Fight! Eat! Fight!" While still chomping on the crystal. Oh. I'm having a hard time seeing the X's because of all the corpses. Ah. And that's an interesting question. Sometimes we talk about what would you do if like your character was a boss fight. How about if your character replaced a boss in the game? Which one would it be? A fight against Smol Kai would have a mechanic where she'd attempt to eat your job crystals. Fail it, better get used to not having those fancy jobs, and that would be an interesting fight. A specific mechanic where if you mess it up, you get you just get nerfed to your like regular class state for a time. Like it would be completely broken if it was just nope, you're permanent now. Like until the wipe, then it would just, you know, then it would be one of those fights where it's like, well, I guess we wipe it because someone got hit once, and that's not that's no fun. We're going down! It's permanent, you won't get them back even after the fight. She ate them. Maybe it would reuse that thing that happens in the Dark Knight story. Where you suddenly just, like, Smol Kai doesn't eat your entire job crystal, she just takes a bite out of it. And then she gets some of the powers of your job. Like, a little bit like Nefarian in World of Warcraft Vanilla, where he does something specific to to everyone of a specific class. Where she just, like, depending on what jobs you bring, Smol Kai will do certain things. That could be interesting as a fight. Ow. Ow. I didn't see that the AoEs were crisscrossing like that. Oh, another one. She eats yours, then in like 20 seconds you have to interact with the box that drops to get your powers back or keep her from powering up. You mean since I'd replace P3 out of spite? P3 being Phoenix. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Just anyone that doesn't know, like that know nothing about World of Warcraft, or perhaps don't know about Nefarian, like it's an old fight. To give some examples of what he did. If he decided to target all of the hunters, he would just set the durability of the bow you were using to 0. Like he would just break your bow instantly. Like you had to switch to a different bow. So you basically had to bring backup bows in case you goofed it. And when he used it on rogues, I believe, he just teleported all of the rogues on top of the tank. And then cleaved in front of him a moment later. Which is obviously hilarious. I can't remember a lot of the other ones, but what I do know for certain is that at least up to Monk, they actually went back and added interactions. If you fought him as a monk, I'm pretty sure he had a voice line for it. And he would just force you to to constantly roll forward for like 5 seconds. Because a thing monks can do is roll forward. Like they had like a dodge roll. The priest one, where you can't play your class because you hurt your tank, made you start sheeping everyone randomly. Oh, Ymir Krakenmo asks, if you were Phoenix, would you have a better color scheme than all orange? Druids get stuck in cat form, which is funny because while druids could be anything, they were often just healers. Or tanks. A lot of the time. It would be pink and white and black. You would at least be able to see the telegraphs. Unless, of course, all Ymir's spread markers are pink. Just because it's an option. Exactly, Orion. That's the classic joke. It's not hard to pass high when there's basically no competition. Wow, you have an 80 pass. That's pretty good. Yeah, it means I'm better than like 3 other players. I mean, that's also something. Yeah, well... Ow. Backlash? Is that... Yeah. That should have been obvious, shouldn't it? In retrospect. Backlash, he cleaves behind him. Right. Exactly that. They, as I said, they also added a monk one. So, so the only thing is that I don't know if they if monk was the last one. But if they added a demon hunter one, then we know that demon hunter at least got it. Now the question is whether evoker got something. Flame! Fists of Flame! Oh boy. Nope. I'm dead. I think. Apparently not. Somehow not. I thought he was facing such that the twisting winds would hit me. That's why I moved. But I moved so late that I would probably just get hit by everything. You didn't come back for Classic, Darth? Oh, 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 I have hereby run out of heals. Hee-hee-oo. I also played in vanilla, but I only got to like level 30 something. I wasn't very good at the game. I actually didn't get to max level in World of Warcraft until Wrath of the Lich King. But I played since vanilla. And it was just because I got distracted by other things a lot of the time as well. They suddenly have a lot of HP. What's going on here? Someone there when he spawned? I don't know. I mean, being in like the higher echelons at some point is still impressive, Darth. It is, however, it is really funny looking back at how insanely hard these fights seemed back then. And then these days, like, they're really not. Like, relatively speaking, right? Like, we have things like, the classic, what was it? Cthulhu being mathematically impossible? And things like that. As they said. But it's also because back then, like, I could imagine that... Oh, there it spawned. There's something. I could imagine that back then, just knowing how to deal with a fight was an advantage, because often people wouldn't share that information, right? Like, even if they beat it, it was just like, well, that's our information. If we started sharing it, then you could join any old raid guild, and they could do it, but we know how to beat the boss. Emia says, how much metal do we have? I have 23 million. I'm holding it until we reach until we have enough that I can just immediately rank to 25. Because there isn't anything that unlocks at 24. So to, like, go a little faster. I'm basically just saving that one trip home. You're 21. Well, I do know that there are cutscenes before you just, like, go into Dalriada. So there are, like, and there's also the fact that we would have to wait for Dalriada to actually spawn. So, like, you have multiple, like, you have time I'm pretty sure, but then again, last week we had that, I think it was Gleaming that came in, and we were like, well, we just joined a session where, like, Castrum just spawned, so we have at least an hour, and then it popped in 5 minutes. Also, hey Kosari, hope you're doing well. I did see you earlier, but then I forgot. Yeah, Kithun. I believe it was a Ghost Crawler himself that came to the conclusion that Kithun was mathematically impossible. Basically, there's an enrage and things like that, and basically mathed it out based on the things they knew in, you know, actual vanilla World of Warcraft, and concluded that it isn't actually possible. Oh boy. Because of the latency, I can't really deal with it. That with the things they knew, you can't kill him before the hardened rage and things like that. But I mean, these days you would just use a lot of like world buffs. Just stomp him. If you stacked all of the world buffs in the game, you'd probably make your DPS, like your warriors, do double damage, something to that effect. Level 82! Yeah, according to what Rust could find, you need 25.87 million. So that's what I'm aiming for. And given there's not anything to unlock before that, there's no reason for me to go home before that. Oh boy. Dragon says, I'm going to ruin so many kids' fun when I tell them that you will need math for your video games. No, really. And that is true. That is indeed true. If you want to get real good at video games, often math is very helpful. Not for all games, of course. Not all games. It kind of depends on what kind of game it is. I don't think being really good at math is going to help you very much in a first-person shooter. Just as an example. How did it go, Lexi? But I mean, it could be turned to a positive thing, Kraken Mo. I think a big part of what made me like math so much was specifically that it allowed me to, like, understand the games better. So, like, it was kind of like the opposite experience of me going, I like games very much. It seems like being smart at math means that I can understand game better, so I like math now. Yeah, just to add to as Ardell said, it does actually matter for the YouTube algorithm shenanigans and all that. It does seem to recommend like streams and videos more if there's like if you do the like thing and all that. It's not just like you know, something YouTubers say. It does help, so I do appreciate it. And there's of course all the other stuff of if you actually want to get content from the channel in your feed, it of course also helps to be subscribed and all that. It helps. It tells the YouTube algorithm that's the kind of content you want to see. Which means that you would receive more, like, I guess, content like mine. Not necessarily my channels exclusively, but like if you don't subscribe to the channels with content you want to see, then it doesn't know what you want to see. Algorithms are weird. Algorithms. Geometry helps. That's true, but it's more that it's not to say that it doesn't help at all. It's just more that if you're playing like a first-person shooter, just playing a lot will probably help you more than a math degree. Like just being really, really, really like dedicated to gaming all the time of the game will probably give you more value in terms of getting good at the game than having like being really good at math. But it's not that it doesn't help, it's just more that that for example with Final Fantasy XIV, you can get extremely good at the game, but there will be aspects of the game that you will have a hard time understanding if you don't understand math well. Just like flat out, that's just how it is. That's how it be. But you can probably get extremely good at the game without understanding the math. Like, there's actually a lot of people, as I understand, like, you know, ultimate raiders or savage raiders or whatever, that are, like, extremely good, but they're not the ones, like, theory crafting and figuring out the strategies. They sort of just, potentially, they just follow orders at times, in terms of, like, they don't need to be the ones that know everything. And similarly, you might not be, like, you could be extremely good, but not be among those actually figuring out all of the optimized rotations and all that, which might require understanding math a lot better. But that is exactly also kind of the stuff that circles back to what I've been talking about. Like, I made a video a while back where I said having a fancy title doesn't mean that you're that you know everything or the best or whatever, because you can be amazing at the game. You can be the best gunbreaker player in the game because you're the best at performing the optimal rotation in combat, but you have no idea why or how it works. You just do it. which has led to cases where I've met people that are pretty good at the game that say to sprouts, just click buttons, it'll work. Because they just clicked buttons, they just clicked the button that obviously made sense to click. Intuitively for them, it made sense. That probably works for everyone. That's surely how it works for everyone, and does not work like that for everyone. And another Dalriada spawned. And you know what, Lexi, as long as there was either progress or you improved on something, then that's still, like, beneficial. Dragonbow says, mostly joking. I had a kid explaining some redstone he was troubleshooting to me the other day. I was pure rubber duck librarian. Yeah, redstone. I have seen some insane builds. I remember many years ago when I was getting into redstone stuff, shortly after I stopped being interested in Minecraft altogether. That's many years ago. I believe that's before the full release. I think I was messing around with it in the beta. And I found this program that allowed you to, like, plot out, like, a redstone build so you could see how it would interact. That was fun. But you can do so much with redstone. You can basically make a computer with redstone in Minecraft. Kasari says, I don't know why. I do not know why. But I have always liked math for some reason. I have always found it intriguing. Even stuff like trigonometry never discouraged me. That's good. You know, the weirdest part about that, Darth, is that all of those survival games, at least from what I can have seen, are more focused on the survival aspect than Minecraft. Like, that's weird. But it is good to be interested in math. You don't have to be, like, interested in the most complex stuff in mathematics. But it isn't a bad thing to be interested in it. And the thing is, a lot of the things that you can, like, learn with math, you will, like, under normal circumstances, like, your average person will not run into those things. Like, I do math for my videos, like when I'm mathing out what's best for this or that, or comparing things. But most of the math I do there is like percentage stuff, adding things together and multiplying things, and being aware of, you know, like how you would translate something to a value per time and things like that. But I don't do like I don't need differential equations or integrals. I don't even need trigonometry for most of what I do. It's just that having the math brain to look at all this means that you can keep a level head and not miss anything while you're doing it. I think the most difficult math that I've done in connection with this channel was, I believe it was episode 4 of Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters. The comparison of Titan first and Garuda first, where there were so many things to keep in mind and so many moving parts to try and keep track of, that I think 2 or 3 times while like figuring out the numbers, I had to redo it because I made a mistake or forgot a thing or some other new revelation came about, like, oh, I should do this thing also, and so on and so forth. And that was difficult in a way. Minecraft celebrates its 15th anniversary right now. Well, I played Minecraft when it was in beta. I have played it very briefly since. I've just not like really been that interested. So that's a long time ago if they're celebrating 15-year anniversary now. Did they celebrate it with a poll to add 1 thing out of 3? I've heard that that's a thing. That they make like polls to add 1 new thing out of like 3 things. And they're not big, but they're things. Oh dear. That's insanely scary with the latency. You have no chance of dodging if people don't fall right. You'll just get hit. But it is funny, because I think you're right, Darth, that there's so many of those random... Ow. Survival games, or like games where they just like slap a survival mechanic onto it randomly. Many of them are like because they might be trying to replicate the success of a survival game. And I think Minecraft is viewed as a survival game in a way. Oh. Ow. The poll thing is for major updates. Oh, I know, Warcraft Traveler. What I meant by that was more that, oh, to celebrate the 15th anniversary, surely there's like a big update coming. Then I have to make a poll on what they're adding. I know that is going to take a ridiculously long time. I just feel like there isn't a good time to stand up right now. Wait, did Assassinate kill that? Ah. A limit break even. Hey Bronzo, hope you're doing well. Scared of the time. What? No. The thing is, we basically just occasionally people remember that we have a limit break bar, and then it gets used. It was just funny. Bronson says, I just finished baking my kage and forgot to oil the pan, so now it's stuck to the pan. Ah. Ah. Well, maybe it isn't so bad that it isn't good for something. I remember many years ago, my mom baked this this particular cake, and for some reason it just never rose. Like, it just never rose. So it was like just really thick, solid in a way, and it was also like kind of burnt a little bit, so it was kind of crunchy. And the weird thing that makes me remember that is because like that cake was amazing Like, insanely good. And then when my mom made it again another time later, but it didn't get messed up. It was still good, but it was actually better when it was when it was messed up. Like when it didn't work right, it was weirdly better. Like, not to say there was anything wrong with the proper cake, it was just really funny that, I mean, the better version was the one that didn't work out right. Means just guess I'm not joining Dalriada yet. We don't know. I haven't even unlocked it yet. You still have time. Wolfsden Pierre. Dalriada popped just a few minutes ago. Did people go in? Or did it just fade?
Blade Chaiji, we have finished preparations for a full-scale assault. We will keep the Imperials occupied, while Sid executes his plan to disable the Dalriada.
Our work on the ether wave amplifier is complete, and the crystal focus has been mounted on board the Lazar. That said, it's hard to gauge the range of the pulse it will generate. In the event things don't go to plan, have your men ready to disperse. You have nothing to worry about, Sid. The amplifier will work. I've seen it.
God, sir, it's been far too long. I pity our meeting is under such dire circumstances, but never fear. Sid and Mikoto will be in good hands aboard the Lazar. The amplifier has been loaded onto the ship, and the engine has been insulated against the blast.
That's not all. The Mark IV, damn, is ready to go, and I've found just the place to put it. Right here on the floor.
Our plan for the upcoming battle is twofold. First and foremost, we must draw the enemy's attention on the ground, affording the crew of the Lazar the opportunity to disable the warship. This will throw their forces into disarray, granting us the opportunity to press forward and, God's willing, remove the head of their detachment here in Bozja. We speak, of course, of their commander Menenius Sas Lanatus. It will be no easy endeavor, however, we must also contend with the likes of Liandrem Helsus and his entourage of beasts. Nevertheless, we mustn't lose heart. Remain vigilant. Remember your training, and I have faith the day will be ours.
Also, by the way, just randomly the ninja trainer in the background, I think.
For Bozja!
No, Bozjan Cluster. For Bozjan Cluster. The really random thing about the ninja trainer being there is just he's just there. Just he shows up during some skirmishes. It is just funny because there's a lot of Bozja NPCs that are like exclusive to Bozja that show up and all that. But then there's also like a character like that that has like a life outside of Bozja that is just there. Well, I guess we'd better get to work too, eh? First things first, setting up the dam. The location is right there, on your map. Trouble is, there are a few final adjustments that have to be made on site, meaning I'll have to come along. You can handle any Imperials that show up, right? And that is also true, there's nothing wrong with him being there, it's just funny that he's there, specifically because he's there with no, like, without even, like, acknowledgement that he's there. By the way, I'm doing this quest. I think you can all individually participate once it stops looking for people to register. Hmm. I can't see the... Why could I not see the thing? Oh, because you were doing it. Can you register? You just click yes when it appears again. Like, once the timer goes down, which means now you can all register individually. Adele says, in France we have a cake named Monk, which means missed or failed. It was a cook that missed his genoise and added eggs and almonds, and now it's a beloved cake, and many people have a pan for it. Have a pan for it. Like, specifically the pan for that cake. That is interesting. It's not a pancake, but a cake pan. Yeah, exactly. Designated cake pan. Beep boop. Everything's set, Chief. Sending the coordinates now. We'll be there as soon as we can. Renok, Mikoto, it's time to head out. Did you get all that by Salian? We'll hold their attention for as long as we can. Godspeed. Yeah, Bronton, we're in Bozja, leveling Bard. Oh no, the warship. The warship? The warship! It's leaving now. Damn it, are we too late? Sir, look! The Lazar, gods, please let his plan work. You know, you could, strap in instead of just standing on the deck like that if you know that someone's going to fall off. Can I have that cannon? Can I try it? Looks effective. What in the seven hells was that? A disintegration beam? Or blast? Could it be the elegant weapon is operational? Arm's length versus the big cannon. Sir, the target is too small to score a direct hit. Now you just need more direct hit chance.
They won't be so lucky a second time. Fire again!
Yes, sir. Energy levels at 45%. Bad news, I'm afraid. The amplifier has been damaged and we've lost the coordinates of the dam. Of the dam! Of all the rotten luck. Lion looks like he's having fun. Did you catch that? Did you catch that, Lydia? We've lost the coordinates. Quickly, send up a flare. Understood, Chief. There. Oh, it's just a guy. Like, who's this? Onward, fellow soldiers. It's Steve. It's Steve from accounting. He's had enough. That's a tall burst shot. It's fine, I'll just be here in the background, not attacking. No, activate the dam! Whoop. Come on, don't fail me now. I'm a fire in my... What? Something? Laser? Maybe? Firing my electric field? That's a nice disintegration beam you have. We apply a debuff to your ship. We call it extremely wildfire. The engines, they've shut down, preparing for emergency landing.
What?
Oh no. It's coming in hot. You call this the Lazar because it's like a tornado. I don't see you flying that fast. Here it comes, everyone. Boink. Whee! Mikozo, no! Whee! Uh-oh. It's a bird! It's a plane! It's a small dragon! And a bunny girl. A conveniently timed bunny girl. Yoink. Interesting angle there. Take us down, now! Right. Your Sharlayan companion is safe. Now, I cannot say the same for you at present. It would behoove you to retreat. What? Who is this? Is the anti-splatting Vieira? It's something you deploy. Thran, General of the Dalmascan Resistance. We may save the pleasantries for when you return to Camp Vridelnis. Vridelnis. Fran! Right. Genomus has told me about you. Alright, heading back now. Oh, she just stepped off immediately and started healing people. Fair enough.
Our plan worked, Blade Chaiji. The Dalriada was forced to make an abrupt landing after the Amplifier released its pulse, just as Sid predicted. We did not all emerge from the encounter unscathed, however. Lilia was badly wounded. We've done what we can for her, but she needs proper medical attention.
It's okay, we have a replacement bunny girl, apparently.
I've already spoken with Lord Ian, and his chirurgeons are ready and awaiting her arrival in Doma. Could I trouble you for use of the LaSalle? Yes, we'd be glad to help.
I would accompany her to Doma as well, if that's alright. This wouldn't have happened if not for me.
You may have glimpsed the future, but you didn't see everything. There was no way of knowing for certain what would happen to any of us. Using the amplifier was my plan, but we all knew the risks involved, including Lilia. This is a war we're fighting after all. But this is hardly the time to discuss such matters. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I dare say your healing magics will be of great comfort to her until we reach Doma. While they tend to our wounded comrade, let us deliver the final blow to the enemy. With the Dalriada disabled and reinforcements newly arrived from Dalmasca, we may never have a fine opportunity to strike.
We'll offer whatever assistance we can if it means defeating the 4th Imperial Legion. Though we can offer little in the way of material, I have brought several vehicles which I believe will prove helpful in this final endeavor.
General Fran, you have our gratitude. I will see they are put to good use. It is time we make ready. The coming battle will decide the fate of Bozja. But as we have seen, our enemy is willing to employ any means at their disposal, no matter how reckless or deplorable. We have reason to believe they have obtained a deadly new weapon, and we must be prepared to adapt our strategy as the situation warrants. Blade Chaiji, may we count on your assistance one last time?
One way or another, we're putting an end to this.
And there you have it. Time and again she has fought our side, and we have overcome many a foe. Now, we stride into battle once more, and by the grace of the gods, victory will be ours. 'Tis true the Imperial's presence in the sky is greatly diminished, but Menenius has yet to reveal this elegant weapon of his, and that is to say nothing of Lion and his beasts. Lion and his lions, so to speak. Our victory will not be easily won, but I have faith that, together, we will prevail in the end.
Meanwhile,
for God's sake, boy, what did I tell you about bowing out with a bit of grace? It's over, Menenius. We've lost.
Even so, the relic must not fall into the hands of the Bozjans. I will have it jettisoned from the Dalriada into the ruins whence it came. Once our troops have been evacuated, I will engage the ship's self-destruct sequence and seal the entrance, keeping the relic beyond the reach of those savages. Meanwhile, you are to take the rest of our detachment back to Dalmasca and crush the resistance. Then, and only then, are you to return here and reclaim Gabrant's weapon. Am I understood?
So it's the coward's way out, is it? Not man enough to face him after your resounding failure.
It was I Gabrant entrusted with the Dalriada, his final hope of claiming these lands as his own. If that hope is to die here, then I would perish with it. I've naught but my life to offer to make amends for all we have lost.
Look, Menenius, everyone's bound to have a spot of bad luck eventually, even you. Now isn't the time for drastic measures. As much as I'd enjoy seeing an arrogant, forked-tongued prick such as yourself go down in a fiery ball of ruin, I know Garand still has a part for you to play. If you want to bury the relic, fine, I'll even help you. But when we're done, we go and speak with him together and explain what happened, alright?
Ah, that's nice. Lion is actually really reasonable through all this, all things considered.
Your stubbornness never ceases to confound me. Good. If that's what it takes to get through to you, I'll be as stubborn as you like, as I like. And you would call me the arrogant one.
Oh, look at, he's smiling to the camera. That's inconvenient. Or convenient. Who really knows at this point? Oh, she just left. Nice one, Ymir. You can make it then. If you mash through the cutscenes, you're done in a flash. Is it smarter if we hop out of this instance and start a new one? Opinions? Yeah, I agree. We can probably get the last few to 25 before we do that. How far is Shaq? 1 million and Graham is at 1.5. Wait. Ah, I got a weird burst of fast latency, it looks like. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I do, however, also realize that given how long it usually takes for Dalriada to spawn, we're probably going overtime for that. And Dooming says, I did the Deltascape V3 farm like you suggested. 1, Blue Mage openers hard and punishing. Correct. 2, top time was 141. Nice. I think I saw someone said they got 137. So like, it's really, really fast, as I suggested. A6 hope you're doing well. And you're small guys every week. I'll just reiterate this to be sure. The reason why we basically just stay in Zone 3 is because Zone 3 gives the most metal, and the skirmishes in Zone 3 finish so insanely fast that if you go elsewhere, you will not make it to a skirmish in Zone 3. So it's better to just stay with the Stampede. It's not so much that, Ymir, it's more that, like, on a normal stream day, going overtime means that, like, for the Europeans, that we stay, like, a little later. And for the Americans, it's like, well, then we stay until after some of them get home from work sometimes. But on Smol Kai, it means that we start to get close to where, like, some of the Europeans are like, well, it's kind of bedtime for me, you know? Which is why it matters a little bit more that when we go overtime. Graham says you're missing 2 quests. If you have 2 quests, like 2 quests that you have to run through, then I know one of them gives like 500k. So if one of the 2 quests you're missing isn't the level, like rank 25 one, that is also something to keep in mind. Do we need a gunbreak? I mean, we need everything. As many people as we can bring. You can actually get a little strange if like the group is rather small, because I believe you want to send 8 players off for like a secondary task, you know, a little bit on the lion fight. The thing is, unlike Castrum, like Zator, I've done like Dalriada like a couple times. The reason for that is that I don't remember why, but I remember that for the Shadowbringer's relic weapons, this, like, one step required you to, like, one of the options you had was do Delubrum Reginae, and each time you did Delubrum Reginae, you got 3 of things you needed 15 of. The step that you needed Dalriada for gave you 3 of the thingies from Dalriada, but for some reason they made it so that Delubrum Reginae gave 2 of those thingies. So basically, if you had both parts, or, like, you know, 2 different weapons, of course, you basically got 5 thingies per go in Delubrum, but only 3 for Dalriada, and, you know, Dalriada had a longer wait time. You could probably do 2 full Delubrum Reginae runs if you're lucky in the time between, like, with the combined time of waiting for Dalriada to spawn and also doing it. So I didn't get to do it very often. It was mainly, I think, people who were trying to gather all of the notes that did Dalriada. Huh. We have it right now. How much left, guys? How much left? I don't think we can get it this time, because, like, if Graham has 2 quests, that takes over 6 minutes, I'm pretty sure. Do we do the critical engagement? I guess we do. Jack says they need 140k. I don't know how much Graham is missing, but I'm pretty sure whatever's missing will be gotten from the critical engagement, if not the skirmish itself. But yeah, it was more to say that I have much less, like, clear memory of how everything works. Hey Tristan, I think maybe we are. Do we get out after that and start a new instance? I think that's what we'll do. Because I think we can't make this. even if Graham and Shaq run as fast as they possibly can, I don't think we can make this. So it's better so next time it pops, we'll have even less time left. So when we're done with this, we just all exit, regroup, and go in again immediately. And then we just hang out until Dalriada appears, and then we go for Dalriada immediately. And to think, everyone, that there was a time... You see how you can use 5 Bozjan clusters to buy priority on a critical engagement? That used to be a thing that you had to do to make sure you got into Castrum or Dalriada. That used to be a thing. Could you imagine that? having to buy priority to get into Dalriada. It is funny with these critical engagements, because every time I see them, like, oh, we're really far, the boss is almost like 60% and it's basically done nothing. But it just takes one mechanic and suddenly half the raid is dead. Oh dear. Oh, wasn't looking. Oh, that's what messed me up. It was because the boss was standing on top of one of the shadows last time. Yeah. I think we're basically hopping out here. And we'll just wait for Shaq and Graham to be ready. And the reason why we're hopping out is because it's better if we have like a full hour, and I'm reasonably sure that even if they rush as much as they can't make it. By the way, you should also make sure to talk with the NPC to rank up to 25 while you're at it. Right, just a moment. So of course, like last time, make sure to pack your bag so you're ready for battle, so to speak. There's nothing wrong in taking like a defensive essence if you're uncertain that you will survive. I would say like I would then genuinely recommend grabbing a defensive essence over an offensive one, just to be on the safe side. But if you're confident you'll survive, then, you know, it's your choice. It's your loadout. I'm personally going to use the of the beast, both because it makes me a lot more gives me higher defense, so there's a chance I'll survive a mechanic that I wouldn't otherwise. And if I'm using assassination with it, then basically it means that I have possibly 100% uptime of this, 30% more damage and 40% crit chance bonus, which is it's more than this. So Right, while we wait for the people to get ready, I will also be right back really quickly. Whoops. In the meantime, sanity restored again. The real streamer finally returns. I also want to mention that specifically for tanks, Bloodsucker increases your damage output, which is basically means that actually both Bloodsucker and the healer equivalent, which is Templar, increases the damage you do, in addition to increasing, like, giving you lifesteal as a tank and giving you a defense boost as a healer. So it's not that bad. Like, the reason why Profane is such, like, is something that I meme on a little bit is mainly because you're sacrificing a lot for a slightly bigger damage gain. By which I mean, like, if you're a healer, you grab Aether Weaver, 80% more damage. You can grab Templar, you still get 60% more damage, and also the defenses. Where Profane basically makes your heals into physic. Because they cut them down to, like, well, a third is maybe a little exaggerated. If that's physic is worse than that. That's like if it's at 99%. But it doubles your damage. Relative to the power of Aether Weaver, it's not that much. But if you don't need the healing, then Profane is better. And I believe there's also a Deep Profane, which is even stronger. Everyone sleeps on Ordain's maxed MP buff. Yeah, that one is also interesting. I think it's funny that I remember I looked at Ordained, looked at the jobs that could have it, and was like, oh, healers and casters, that's amazing for Black Mage. Except, Black Mage is not on the list. And that's also true. Ordained buffs a lot of utility things. That is correct. There's also some funny ones like Spirit of the Watcher. That gives you like random things. physic healing is cause for profanity, so it tracks. Green says, I guess there's a reason why Black Mage specifically is not able to use Ordained. Could you imagine Black Mage with an extra 5,000 MP? Like, you would just be able to add an extra 3 fire force somewhere if you could, like, cast it fast enough. Deeper Date gives 6,000. Yeah, well... How much does that matter? So you could cast 10 just outright, but then you have the Umbral Hearts. So like you save 2,400 on 3 of them. So you would be able to cast 11 and still have left over to use Despair. You'd be able to cast 11 fire spells. Right? Or am I messing that up completely? "11 fire spells and Despair, I'm pretty sure. No, the important thing is that with 16,000, each fire spell aside from Fire 3 costs 1,600. But you go in with Umbral Hearts, then the first 3 only costs 800. So you take 10, and that's 16,000 MP. But then you subtract 2,400 because that's what you saved with the Umbral Hearts. So you have enough for 1 more, and with 800 MP, you can still cast Despair. Well, hypothetically you would. I don't actually know if it's like, now you need 800 MP, or if it's like, you need 8% of your MP. And if it's 8%, well, then it's 10 and Despair. But that's still, like if it's only 10, then it's 4 more Fire Force. If it's 11, and you still can cast Despair, then it's 5 more, despite it only being 60% more. It's quite wild. How's Shaq coming along? Lines never before imagined. I feel like the weirdest thing about that is if you had 11 fire spells to cast, you would be... Well, if we assume... Like, if we just go, like, with Slow Mage, you would probably cast, 3 Fire 4s and Fire 1, 3 Fire 4s and Fire 1, 3 Fire 4s, and then Despair. I think? Yeah, actually. So you would basically just extend with an additional Fire 1 and 3 Fire 4s or something like that. But with all the haste you can accumulate with the Bozja gear, you would probably be able to reach like a spell speed amount that would allow you to do 4 Fire 4s and Fire 1 and 4 Fire 4s and then Fire 1. Which would mean that you would be in this awkward position where you don't have enough time to spend all of your MP on schedule, so you'd have to be like, I guess I'll cast Fire 1 and then 1 more Fire 4 and then Despair or something weird like that. But it would be quite funny. I do wonder why they specifically, like... It's funny, mainly because when I think about it, yeah, that would be really, really interesting that Black Mage could do that. It would be really funny. But is it overpowered? Is that an unfair advantage? Like, is that a problem? Like, I'm just looking at some of the other crazy stuff you can do with these things, and I'm just thinking, I don't know, giving Black Mage 60% more MP just sounds hilarious. I don't see a problem there. I think it's just really funny. What is it? That means you... What is it that causes it to be not allowed? Like, is it something else? Should be faster math out. Potency over fire phase versus potency over ice phase. No, Darth. The thing that I think you're missing here is that White Mage can stack so many damage buffs that they can instantly delete skirmishes with Afflatus Misery. Just bam, gone. Black Mage can't do that. Not to that extent. So, so it's like, I'm just saying, they missed something if they're looking at Black Mage and saying, no, you don't you don't get to have Ordained. Meanwhile, White Mage over here just going and then just deleting like squadrons of enemies. I believe people reported that you can make Afflatus Misery do over 1 million damage. So I'm just saying, yes, we could math out how strong it would be, but anything there is just slightly better regular damage, while White Mage is over there just inventing new damage numbers. Well, let's not kid ourselves. White Mage has one of the biggest singular hits in the game. Like, the only reason that Ninja can compete with that is simply because Ninja has Kasatsu to add an extra 30% to their biggest hit. And in Bozja, well, all the DPS jobs, like, yes, they get a ton of damage buffs, but the healers can use them too, if they want to. And the damage essences that the DPS players can get peak at like 20 or 30%. Meanwhile, White Mage over here going with over double damage from Profane. Right then, it seems like we're all here. What is Rust doing? Hmm? Yeah, it's something like Profane, Seraph, and Chain Spell, I think. Plus damage buffs. Well, the thing is that the damage buffs that you'd have access to are in other lost actions. Like, for example, the banners up here. This one just gives you 55%. So it would be Profane, Seraph Strike, Chain Spell, and then, yeah, exactly, raid cooldowns, indeed. Well, Rust, let me know when you're out of the cutscene so we can get this show on the road. Is Group 2 still here? And can Group 2 do a ready check of this? I don't know how much of this of our squadron here is Group 2. Do we have a Group 2? Five left. I see 6 people here. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Are you? Group 2 is ready. In that case, let's go. Now we just basically just have to hang out and do stuff until it pops. I have to say, the thing that I hated the most about Bozja and Zadnor. Matoro says he's not in a group right now. Does group 2 have space for Matoro or Mari? The thing that I really didn't like about it was specifically that you had to like sit and like if the only reason you were coming to Bozja or Zadnor was to do Dalriada or Castrum, you're just kind of stuck there waiting for stuff to happen. I think Radovan was also here, like on the list. They did ask for a group. But yeah, like the thing is, and I do see the logic, is that by making it so that if you just want to do Dalriada or you just want to do Castrum, then you have to go to Bozja or Zadnor and hang out there and do stuff there. I don't know if it was ever proven true or something, but I remember there was this rumor at least that doing skirmishes and critical engagements lowered the waiting time for Castrum and Dalriada. But then I believe there was a rumor that followed up on that went that instead the first time spawns after a set amount of time, and then doing stuff reduces the timer. And I don't know what is true. Both of them sound like something someone observed and just think, I'm pretty sure it's this. So I don't know. And yeah, we're trying to get into Dalriada, Lexi. And the thing is, what I remember, like this wasn't always true, but I do certainly remember that sometimes you would come into an instance of Zadnor or Bozja, and there would be like 30 people, or at least like 20 people, maybe 10, just standing in the base, waiting for Bozja, or waiting for Castrum or Dalriada to spawn. I feel like it was more common with Castrum, because in Zadnor you had like the benefit of like there's reason to farm metal after the first 26 million once you've done it, so you can get honor medals things. But it's just more to say that the logic was, oh, well, now you have reason to help others do stuff. So, like, it doesn't just become completely silent and dead when, because all you're there for is to queue into the instance, all the people that want to progress, they can just, participate in stuff, and then you're also there. But what actually happens is a lot of the people will just go, well, I'm only here for Dalriada, or I'm only here for Castrum, so I'll just AFK here. Wait for it to spawn. Or they will, even worse, just go, this isn't worth my time, and do something else. There's a reason why I spammed the Lupin Regine. I'm pretty sure oh boy. I'm pretty sure that when I had completed the task that gave, I mentioned earlier, that the Lupin Regine grants 3 of one thing and 2 of another, and Dalriada gave 3 of the one that the Lupin gave 2 of, I would just spam the Lupin because it was genuinely faster to do that than actually doing Dalriada. Ain't that silly? And that's then what's happening here is that basically everyone who needs to do Dalriada right now would actually, like, practically speaking, we're getting nearly nothing out of running around doing this because we can't get the honor medal things yet. But we've nothing else to do, so let's hope that it spawns quickly. Does anyone know anything about the spawn time of a Dalriada? Because I certainly don't. As I said before, I heard rumors that it worked in one way, but then they changed, and the rumors were very conveniently suggesting that doing something that sounds not helpful is helpful. When was the last Dalriada? I think the instance spawned with us. So I think it's never. It's a fresh instance, so it should spawn soon if we do engagements. Well, that sounds promising. Radovan says fresh instance, so 10-minute wait minimum. Well, there we go. I thought it was longer. Mainly because I think that the original rumor was when you go to a fresh instance, it had to be active for like an hour or something for it to spawn, which clearly isn't right if it's 10 minutes minimum. Ardell says, will you be in the bird group or Zator? I mean, last time it seemed like everyone else really wanted to be in the strike force on Lion. So I feel like if I say I want to, then everyone else goes, no, I want to too. So I'll just stay in the main group, I guess. Yes, as I just went for Lion. Yeah, see, the thing is that we were deciding which group went for Lion, and then people just went in the portal anyway. It's quite funny. It didn't matter ultimately because it's way easier than I remember. But that is what I mean when I say that. I mean, do we have a strategy or what? And I believe the difference is that the bird is everyone except 8, up to 8, and Zator is 8 players specifically. Zator is easier too. That sounds about right. And that also makes perfect sense because I feel like there was never problems with finding a group that wanted to do Zator in Dalriada. None of the times I went. Meanwhile, Lion, that one was always a problem. Because people were afraid of failure. But genuinely, I remember back in Shadowbringers that you spent time setting up like an 8-man squad specifically to do Lion and Castrum. And I've actually had situations where the group, where we all wiped because like 1 or 2 randos went, ooh, a portal, and just clicked it. So now you had two players that absolutely were not meant to go up in the group. Which is the reason why I was worried. But I think the reason why that happened was a lot of the time that those people, you know, that just went, ooh, button, and clicked on it, didn't know what it did. And who knows how good they were, right? Could have been, oh, congratulations, your group that was supposed to be one tank, maybe like a healer, and 60 DPS, is now 2 DPS short because two healers that don't like attacking hopped in. And then that would be a lot more disastrous, right? But it is funny that I specifically don't remember anyone having any issues with going the second group in Dalriada. Which could partly be blamed on it's easier. Another thing is I believe you get to ride a bike. Welcome back, Toss. You made it to floor 151 of Palace of the Dead again. Do you mean it as in you made it there and then you wiped? Or do you mean you reached that point, so you're ready to go again? Can it be the bike team? I mean, you can. It's like the bike's like the one that Fran was riding in on, I believe. Makes no difference to me. Fair enough, Emir. It's a very interesting bike. It's weirdly front-loaded. Or back-loaded? Suppose that it's really leaning you forward. Let's say that. It feels like it's spilling you forward. You can actually get that bike, right? Yes, I believe you get it from collecting every single note in Bozja and Zadnor. Every single note. Which means also the ones from the duels, I believe. You don't have to do duels, but you'll have to be lucky. So, like, you'll have to grind something specific to try and get those notes, and then every time the duel presents itself, you can try. Maybe you'll get it. That's like a weird deal with the devil. Adel says, I did Dalriada 133 times. 133 times to get Menenia's note. And the alternative way was doing the solo duel over there, right? That makes me think of Oh. I mean, we can do that. It reminds me of... Whoops. You know how with Blue Mage, you obviously need to like do dungeons and trials and raids and stuff to collect all of the spells. But if you do it unsynced, it isn't guaranteed that you'll learn the spells. Well, let's say part of the reason why I generally like elect to do Blue Mage content synced if I'm looking for a spell is because you could learn Eruption from Ifrit normal. And it didn't take that long to kill it. Even letting him use Eruption still didn't take that long. And it took me over 50 tries to get it. And the stupidest part is that if I'd just gone in synced, tried, I would probably have beaten it. Like, I would actually have beaten it. Because Blue Mage is that strong. It was even back then, when it was capped at 50, it was probably still possible to beat just fine. But oh no, I'll probably get it the next time. I'll go in again. I'll probably get it the next. I'm sure I'll get it the next time. It'll just surely the next time. It's just 10 seconds or so, maybe 15, and then I'll get it. 50 tries. You don't want to know how high my Ramu head count is. No, I don't. That's why I generally just prefer trying to do it like with a group. However, I have a really awkward relationship with undersized groups as Blue Mage nowadays because of how it's like, if you're doing a dungeon, right? If you're doing a dungeon, then one Blue Mage can do double damage and have Mighty Guard and have permanent sprint and have double healing from Basic Instincts. Because Basic Instincts is insane. If you have two Blue Mages, one of them will have to be the tank, pretty much. And then the other one will have to be the healer, potentially. Or a DPS, and then the tank just has to spam heal themselves with Wide Wind and stuff, if it comes to that. Or it just has to be the healer tank. If you're 3 players, then you're starting to reach the point where you can have a tank, a healer, and a DPS. And then you're kinda doing more damage than if you were just one Blue Mage. Which is like, it puts me in that weird spot where I'm like, is it not better to just go alone if I can't get like a full, like an actual light party? And no, Ham, it was not to rub salt in the wound. It was more to say that's a classic. But yeah, the reason why it reminded me of that is specifically doing 133 Dalriada runs. But 133 Dalriada runs, that would take a long time. Like, how long does Dalriada take? 30 plus minutes? So, 133 runs. Latency said no. I actually cast it and it just said no, it looked like. I think? Or did I cast it on myself somehow? Ugh. Did you ever get the mount to drop in all those Dalriada runs? I think Ardell has the mount. Like that mount. I think. But But yet, genuinely, because of it requiring, like, because of the chance to get stuff unsynced instead of, like, it being a guarantee, because it took me 50 runs just to get the Ifrit one on normal, I came to the conclusion that it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. I'd rather just put together a proper group and get it done correctly the first time, instead of spamming forever. Not a big fan of that kind of RNG. Especially not with any kind of RNG compensation. It means, hypothetically, that every time you go, it's like, if you don't get the drop, you wasted your time. Aerodel has 2 of them. Or did you see 2 of them? It was 10 minutes minimum. 10 minutes minimum. How long is maximum? I guess an hour. What the? What? Scaling? Hello? What? Scaling called. What happened? It's personal loot. Ah, right. That's probably for the best. Scaling don't always have that? Oh, yes. "52 runs. Oh boy. Yeah, I said what I said. That kind of RNG is crazy. Yeah. Why no Dalriada? Dalriada doko. Where Dalriada? Can we have Dalriada? Can we have Dalriada? We have Dalriada at home. Dalriada at home. Running random skirmishes out of the field. I like to imagine that people are like, oh yeah, if you do skirmishes and stuff, it makes Dalriada spawn faster. But in reality, the developers just put a random spawn timer on it. And just sit there laughing as the players try to figure it out. Is Dalriada at home a random fate chain in the normal region? Yeah, I guess. Exactly, also that, Kraken mode. Is it faster or does it feel faster? Based on the amount of runs people have done, I like to imagine that there is some truth to it. When people are like, yeah, if you do this, it goes faster. Because, for example, Aerodel has over 100 runs. That is enough runs that if you paid close enough attention, you would probably have seen there's a difference. But it is really funny to think about that, because there's a lot of, it feels like a lot of random spawns at least. It means that it is possible that, because of, there's so many moving parts. Back when most people did all of their Dalriada runs, something like Dalriada would have a lot of people in Zadnor doing skirmishes and critical engagements, which means that there's a random factor in how quickly you complete the things. Which means that it might be difficult to determine exactly what things help and don't help. Nowadays it's a lot easier because, you know, there's a lot less people here. So it would be very possible that you could come to some conclusion that I think this helps or that helps, and it doesn't. Like that, it just straight up doesn't. Even if it looks like it. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's wrong that it doesn't help. We're doing it because, like, here's the thing. Part of the argument as to why you should just do skirmishes and critical engagements anyway is because do you have something better to do? Do you have something to be other than here? Because you can't leave the instance. You've got to be here. So you might as well do something. Like, I don't know about Dalriada, but I know for a fact that Castrum, for at least the majority of Shadowbringers, at least a large portion of it, typically had 48 players. I do remember that Dalriada had some problems catching on, because I distinctly remember weirdly early in the, weirdly early in the lifespan of Dalriada being, new, that, I had, a group of friends in the free company I was in at the time that went in to Dalriada, late in the evening or something like that, on a work day or something like that, I think. And they were, 6 players in total. Actually 6 players. And yeah, exactly, you can also do it with 3. But that was back in Shadowbringers, where it was I guess a little bit of a revelation of going, it scales down to this few players. That is wild. Breath. I'm guessing it's because it's so crazy. With the 5 Delta Gabriel Kai. So it needs Torn from the Heavens. The next critical engagement spawns a duel. Ah. We've been here so long that all my gear got fully spirit bonded. Which one? Also, as most of the NPCs from the Fates join. Exactly, it looks like quite a spectacle of a fight. No, I thought you were getting chased, Ryoma. I at least find that extremely annoying when you're just trying to stand somewhere and then the mobs just chase you and you like everyone around you is just like act like you can't see it. If you act like you can't see it, then it doesn't exist and you're just running for your life like help. And then I realized it was like a rank 1 thing, but it was the principle. That was what I had to deal with earlier, where I was running from a rank 5 mob. And everyone just ran past me and did the skirmish, and I didn't make it because I couldn't mount up. But it is a little harder with a rank 5, because it's like, you need a bunch of people to help you with that for that to not be dangerous. This is I'm gonna fall asleep and Dalriada's gonna spawn. That might well be the case. That's actually part of the reason why I was a little bit worried that we would be going overtime, because I don't know how long this will take. But I'm pretty sure it will spawn within an hour of starting a new session. Pretty sure. But I don't really have like any evidence to support that beyond I'm pretty sure that most of the rumors suggested that that would be the case. There it is. There you go. That's it. You just have to talk about it. No. I don't want to fight Lion. Anyone else want to fight Lion? We also got the duel. What's happening with Red? Is it because when we go into the critical engagements, there's almost always a skirmish that just takes out while we're doing that? Is that what's happening? $35 minutes? Yeah. 34 minutes, I suppose. Yeah, just about. You know, something that always weirded me, like that confuses me with some jobs, and it's like no big deal, it's just like a thing, is some jobs, because of like their toolkit feeling like it's not really designed for a like a really quick battle. makes it really awkward when you run up to like the last bit of a skirmish. You're like, should I use something? It's probably over in a moment. Like, how to say is like, with Dancer, if you run up to a fight that is nearly over, you still go up and do standard finish. You might even do flourish. You'll probably spend your saber dances. But with Bard, it feels a bit like, if I use Wondrous Minuet, I'll get like 15 seconds out of it, and then it's over. Oh, Lexi's here. Get him, Gabi. I sure hope you brought potions. It seems like he smacks hard. Oh, you did. You have a little bit of everything. Oh. What? What? What happened? What did he do to you? Needs a dispel for the dot? That didn't look like a dot. Pretty sure that looked like doom to me. Just dead. Wow. Brutal. Is both Group 1 and Group 2 signed up? Group 2? The dot evaporates HP. Ah, yes. So, I apply a dot. The death after time. I apply the dot. It has 200 million potency. Oh. Per tick. Oh. Fair enough. I thought I saw it set 18, and then like it went down to 10. So I'm guessing it like signed you off again. When it's like, oops, you have someone doing a duty. You have someone doing a duty. Oh, Dalriada's starting in a second, by the way, everyone. We're probably not finishing this one. We're going to be completely honest with ourselves. That takes like a tank buster. I'm going to keep that window open to make sure that I can see it. So I don't miss it. That would be the dumbest way to miss it. Oh, I know, Churros. We're talking about the fact that maybe we won't be able to make this fate in time. But it does look like we can do it. You'll get it next time, Lexi. Unlucky when it seems like you did a little mess up and that led to it. Yeah, there was no question that we would be able to beat it with however many people we could bring. If we only had 8, we'd also figure it out. It's okay, Lexi. The thing is, remember, we are a handful of people that can't even get any more metal. What's up, Emir? We did it. No, Amy, I was looking at it. Don't you worry. Group 2 spike group? Fair enough. You should probably say so if it doesn't appear to be the case. Ryoba? You good? Ryoba? Okay. Are we getting ready to go? Pull 8:45 says sticky feet. So yeah, 18:45 on the timer. We will pull. It's been a long time since we did this fight, or at least I did. Like this? Yes. Okay. Like there's no way to dodge that. I couldn't remember. Like, I guess you get I guess a face hold towards cross. Oh, my dots dropped off. Wonder how long they've been gone. Oops. It's going to be a wild day when Bard is finally max level. Sanctified Quake. What does that even mean? Oh no. Anything but these. No. No, please, no. Oh boy. The water boys are the worst ones because of the weird overlap with donut AoEs and that tracks a player and knockbacks. Ow. Did we not have enough players for that? Are we not 8? What happened? The one that didn't get taken was in like melee range, wasn't it? Blep. Well, that gave us a lot of time to move away. I suppose it is the first time they're using that mechanic, so they're probably teaching. Do these two need to die at the same time? No, they don't. Is this it? I'm very confused. Ow. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I thought the cones would go forever because I didn't see how long they were. And didn't quite gauge how wide they were either. Well, if they don't have to die at the same time, then it makes better sense to, like, focus fire one to get rid of those mechanics, I suppose. If it doesn't come with, like, the other one then enraging. That's like the classic WoW move. Oh yeah, there's 2 mobs, like 2 bosses. Yeah, you can kill one of them off really quickly if you want to. Sure, go for it. Try it. The moment you kill one of them off, the other one just goes ballistic. There's like fights that do that in Final Fantasy XIV as well, but it feels like most of the time these days it's like beaten with gear. I believe this is a case of remember to loot your treasure yourself again. So do keep that in mind, everyone. I think the treasure comes later down the bridge. But do remember it. I'm guessing I'm very alone when this cutscene ends.
They've done it! Quickly! Into the Dalriada! Quickly now!
Sanctify Quake. It's an old game. I mean, there's the whole monitor room. I don't know how good the delay is on the stream, but I mean, if I'm in the monitor room, you would literally be able to see the monitor. So that might be beneficial.
Look! Spoils! Yoink. Yoink.
Oh, I remember. I think sometimes there was a third chest and people were trying to figure out what made that spawn. Ah. He has a face only a mother could love. I do, however, not remember this fight. I seem to remember that it has like a weird mechanic. But I don't remember if it was just like I filed it under weird, but it's just... Like, I can't remember if we actually needed to become slimes for any reason. You just watch the elf that remembers. Blip, 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 blip. That is an interesting super move, I guess.
Several consecutive body slams.
Warcraft Traveler says, I heard that it spawns if both groups don't miss the AoE thing. That... I see. Not like you're like, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, all I remember is that some people were like, yeah, it spawns when you're really fast. And I seem to remember that the other groups were like, no, because we did it slower this time than a run, or we did it faster this time than a run where we had an extra chest, and this time there isn't one. So like, I don't know. But if it is about doing a specific AoE thing correctly, then yeah, that could be. Everyone has to do a specific mechanic just right.
Blip, 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 blip. Perfect. I didn't get hit. I'm a genius.
I'm not. I'm probably just lucky. I'll spend that luck now. Something that I didn't need anyway. Amazing. Whee! Might of Malice. You might have Malice? Okay. Putrefied soul. Blep. He's only just now summoning his ghastly aura. I thought he had that from the beginning. Uh-oh. For some reason, I was like, I can get into that spot in front of him after the Earthshaker, completely forgetting the part that, yeah, that Earthshaker is probably resolving at the same time. If you really think about it. Whee! I didn't see the forced march. Die! Oh, spoils. Oh man. The Smol Caetsu inventory looking a little cramped. Tatio says, I've heard its speed, I've heard it's killing the top and bottom bosses in sync. First time hearing about the AoE thing, though I think I've gotten the bonus chest while failing the tower's bottom. It could, again, circles back to what I was saying earlier, it could just be a random thing. Like, it's just random chance drop. I don't know if anyone's done enough runs to know for sure. Like, specifically done enough runs and paid attention to it to know for sure. I don't know if it helps. Like, I just stand here, then I, like... I don't know how long you have to react, but if I do this, then the cameras will permanently be visible on the stream. If there's anyone going down the hallways looking at that. We also have Erdel and Kazuyoru doing some callouts. Do let me know if it helps at all that I'm, like, after this. If it helped you at all. That you could just, like, maybe see it on stream. I don't know. We need people on the platform. Are we not enough? Did not enough people go in? Do you need more people? Oh, right. If there aren't 4 people on the platform in the gate room, my bad. I'll just stand here then. I couldn't remember. Send dudes! No, I'm in a fight. Need more men. Yeah, exactly. Send dudes. Oh no, this is going to hurt a lot. We got kicked off the platform. Did we do we have no tanks in the gate in the gate room? Because I'm reasonably certain the big problem is that Lexus, I'm the tank. Where in that case, why are the mobs on the platform? Lexus have the tank as the scholar. I can see how that would be a problem. It's more that if we only need so many people on the platforms, I'm assuming that whoever's like optimally you would have a tank drag the mobs away from the platforms. You don't get forced to stand in a circle AoE. OXXO. Whew. So was it at all of any help that I was looking at the monitors all the time so that it was on the screen? I'm guessing no. It was worth a shot. Warcraft Traveler says it helped me. Oh, well. That's good at least. Let me just reload real quick here. Would be an awkward time to run out of assassinations or heals. In the middle of fighting I don't know, Soundwave. Hey Red 13, hope you're doing well. A bonus chest for killing them while they're tethered. That sounds really suspicious, doesn't it? Does to me at least. Mobile Halo. It'd be weird if it wasn't mobile. Just move, like an angel just moves away. And then the halo just, like, doesn't go anywhere. Got to hear Red 13. We're in the middle of doing Dalriada. It took quite a while to reach the point where we could actually enter it, and then, well, we had to actually get it. Are you done with Bozja after this? We'll have finished Bozja after this, yeah, and I think we might go on to do, like, first of all, like, this is the last thing we're doing for the stream tonight. And because of the exact kind of the issue that, like, it feels like it's a, like, sort of preventative in a way. Wait, what do you say?
Hope you weren't planning to keep it all to yourself. We still have a score to settle from the castrum.
Right. That's what we'll finish this. Probably finish the cutscenes, so like that's left completed as well. But I think that means then after that we will probably do maybe, like, you know, daily roulette style again. After that, maybe a mix, I'm not sure. Mainly just because I feel like going to Bozja is a little limiting for a lot of people. A lot of people don't really care that much for Bozja, where others, like a lot more people think, you know, it's fun to participate in roulettes. So I feel it's like more inclusive to also do other stuff. And we have actually passed level 80 while here. So that's at least something. Are they not supposed to be separated? Oh. Yeah, I do kind of remember this. Which one was the other donut? Might be able to join next Saturday. Well, the thing is, to join where we were grinding stuff, you would need to both beat Castrum like a Zator and also Delubrum Reginae. It's like that's kind of the thing, is that we kind of want to make sure everyone can participate and stuff for Smol Kai. But I don't know. I think we might do something else. We might. We might also just grind in Zadnor. Because that's something we technically haven't tried. Because we've always been here with a specific target. Oh, bruh. He's a spinny boy. Here goes Zumi. That's fair enough, Viek. I just wanted to be sure, because if you were doing it specifically so that you would be ready for the stream, then, well, I mean, it would be a shame if I then went, oh yeah, by the way, we're not doing that. So I might as well be upfront and say I don't know if we actually are. You fought well, Warrior of Light, but I have no intention of allowing you to leave this ship. Well... weirdly, that terminal thing looked exactly the same as the one that Lilia used. Impossible. Not even the ultimate weapon could have broken those bonds. Well, I ain't the ultimate weapon. Blep. Welcome back, Zaf. It took a while to reach this. But it made sense to finish up since that's what we said we would get out to do. Allegan Harrier, the Diablo armament. Where are the other players in the cutscene? Good question. I hope you had fun with that stuff. Welcome back, Caetsu. Laser! Blarg! I'm a foreign laser! Bleh. That's this boss using a tank buster. Healing in Battles of the Dead is fun? Nice. I don't entirely remember this one. Hey Archibuster, hope you're doing well. Good question. I just died. I think I looked at a weird angle because I was sure he was going to dash into a different portal. Yeah, I thought it was the blue one that I was, like, looking at quite aggressively. I thought that was the one he was going for, but it was clearly not. Look, now he's here, now he's not here. Now he's here, now he's not here. Really weird, that. Oh right, my dots. Oh boy. How about some line AoEs in your line AoEs? We heard you like those. Get closer, Caetsu. Just slide across the floor. On your feet. Oh, right. Like that. Ow. Here come the gateways again. Ah. Okay, it's the red ones this time, right? It is the red one, right? And then the green? I think? Into blue? Oh boy. That was confusing. Was the other green one behind him? Because it felt like I couldn't spot it. And then at the end it was really obvious. Like, no, it's right there. It's been there the whole time. Oh yeah. The swirly's on the floor. Thank you. Yeah, good thing there's an invisible barrier there, huh? Oh, whoops. Level up! Woohoo! Is that 84? Or 83? I got a field note. And a coin. And we reached level 84 with Bard. I think we started at 77. That's pretty good, considering we got a lot of stuff done. You're dead? Oh no.
Blade Chaiji, thank goodness you're unharmed. What is this place? Lion! Menenius! You guys, you go look at them.
Party!
Everyone, fall back, now!
Whoop, 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 whoop. No, Menenius. It's the other guy. Oh. That's an effective armor. I think he got a Vuln stack for that.
Menenius, you fool. It's not supposed to end like this.
You're lucky that he didn't just shoot a second time. Oh dear. I thought we'd beat him.
This is the elegant relic.
By the gods, it will destroy us all.
I cast Spirit Bomb.
And there she is. That was a... In the name of Queen Gunhilde, I will not allow you to harm these children of Bozja.
Stand, yeah, stando.
That seems weirdly excessive. Do you need to sit comfortably for all that, or is that part of the exercise? No, they're all gone.
Queen Gunhilde, she saved us.
She stole our killing blow.
Oh, Materia.
The sword survived. No, she also maybe survived. Nope. How does she still have a body? She pulverized the giant Diablo armament. She exists there. No. Leave me be.
Please, Materia, you must hold on. I promised you we will rebuild Bozja, and I want you to see it for yourself.
For what purpose? Remorse? Repentance? Do not misunderstand, Bysalian. I care not for forgiveness. Today I fulfilled my duty to the Queen. Nothing more. I am a Bozjan, yes, but also an Imperial, a traitor. Justice must be served. The people demand it. Fulfill your duty, as I have mine. Please. Stab me. That's a disturbing image. Leave it be. Smol Kai doesn't do that. Especially not with sunglasses.
If it must be done, I will do it. I, the White Mage, will do it.
She's wondering if she can eat it.
Farewell, Monsieur, until we meet again. I'll cast Race on you in 2 minutes.
You killed dozens of Imperials to get here, Kai. Yes, but not with a knife. It's a small blade. What kind of two-handed sword is that?
At long last, victory is ours. There's still remnants of the 4th Legion to contend with, but I believe it is safe to say the war for Bozja is over. Many of our brothers and sisters were lost on our path to freedom, but I take heart in knowing that their sacrifices were not in vain, that our dream of a new Bozja will finally come true. Baisallian has returned to Gangos, and I have no doubt he would be glad for your company.
By the way, that took like... it took like an hour, right? Close to an hour. So, like, if we had actually gone in Dalriada last time when we saw it, we would have, like, made it by a hair. And then I would have, like we've basically gotten booted mid-cutscene, I'm pretty sure.
Monsieur, we thought it best if her remains were not returned to Gangos. To some, she was naught more than a hated enemy, and even in death, she would be an object of their scorn. But rest assured, I will see to it personally that she is given a proper burial.
Yeah, combined like 95 minutes or so. Well, they look happy. Well, they look serious.
I have brought the child. Blade Chaiji, words can scarcely convey my gratitude for all you have done for the people of Bozja. Though the fight for Bozja is over, our work is far from done. When faced with the 4th Legion, the Bozjan resistance stood as a united, cohesive unit, but I now foresee disputes between its various factions as they seek to pursue their individual aims. For that reason, I wish to first create a council of leaders that we might discuss and establish laws to govern our people. I have already begun drafting documents that may one day serve as our constitution, though it remains to be seen if they will meet with the others' approval. You see, I have chosen to base a number of my writings on the principles of the 4th Legion. With all due respect, sir, I do not think it wise to openly admit to borrowing from the imperial doctrine of all things. The people would be up in arms. They deserve to know the truth, Marsak, and I have my reasons for choosing such an approach. While many of us dedicate ourselves to the resistance, there are those who would rather live in peace, even if that means submitting to imperial rule. Some, like Materia, saw the Empire's ways as preferable to our own. To discard everything that came as a result of the occupation would cause more harm than good. There are many things introduced by the Imperials from which we stand to benefit, and it would be foolish to dismiss them simply because they came from the enemy. Make no mistake, the Bozja I intend to build will be free of discrimination and poverty. A nation of the people, by the people, and for the people. As such, it will require the understanding and cooperation of all. A great deal of blood has been shed that we might come this far, and I pray we never forget, that we may never again have to endure such tragedy.
Is that Fran? Well, I, for one, have every confidence that you will lead Bozja to a bright and prosperous future. If Amigo and Doma are able to thrive, I see no reason why Bozja can't do the same. As a guess, who is it actually? Sid and Mikoto. One of them said this.
Sid, Mikoto, welcome back.
And here I thought you might actually take a moment to enjoy your hard-earned victory. Such steadfast dedication to rebuilding Bozja is proof enough that people are in good hands.
Did Lilia not return with you? Has she yet to recover?
It was tough, and it was touch and go at first, extracting the shrapnel from her stomach, but she's doing much better now. You should have seen her protesting when we insisted she stay behind to rest. Is it my pizza finally arriving? No, it's not. Caetsu, I was worried sick about you. Right when you needed me most, I let my guard down. Sorry I couldn't be there with you to the end. Don't mind that. How are your wounds? Never felt better. As a matter of fact, I was about to gather my things and head back to my stomach. Sounds like the HR agents are taking good care of you, Lilia, and I trust you won't be giving them any trouble. It'd be a shame if I had to send Jesse to keep an eye on you. By the way, link pearls are really loud, aren't they? Jesse, I think I'd prefer the shrapnel. You got like one more quest and the delivery's free.
What in the... Why you all standing about like a bunch of prissy old maids? You won, didn't you? Relax. Come and have a pint or two. Or 3.
Wheresoever your path may lead, it seems fortune sees fit to smile upon you. Not only have you led the resistance to rout the 4th Legion, but by some miracle the weapon they unearthed from these lands was also vanquished. On behalf of the people of Dalmasca, you have my sincerest thanks. Of course, the war is not truly over until we have dealt with Gabranth. He is no doubt planning his next move, and I intend to be prepared for our next encounter with the Imperials. When that time comes, I dare say we would benefit from your assistance. I have a feeling we'll be fine, Fran. Until next time, perhaps in Dalmasca. Thank you for kneeling down so I can reach your hand. You're not going to see that, apparently. How would she shake my hand with this distance? Which one of us has go gadget stretchy arms for that magic to happen? Smol Kai, obviously. Well, that looks extremely lonely. Another nation freed, following in the footsteps of Doma and Alamigo. A dream realized thanks in part to one troubled soul whom I shall never forget for all my days. In the eyes of the people, she will forever remain a criminal, a traitor, yet it was she who delivered us from certain destruction. Her crimes were said to be unforgivable, but what of ours? Was it not our callousness, our animus, that fueled her hatred? I squandered every opportunity to guide her, ignored every unspoken plea for help. Her loss is a scar on my heart that will never heal, a ceaseless reminder of my inadequacy and shame. Can you sense anything? That's not Mikoto talking. I don't know who's talking. I have no idea who's talking. I'm guessing it's the sword. And it is as I thought. The last of the blade's residual ether is spent. The queen is no more. Looks very unspent. The funny mustache, Hrothgar. Fair enough. Wasn't entirely obvious from the lines, that's why I didn't know.
Who could have foreseen that Materia would carry on Queen Gunhilda's duty, protecting her people to the very last? Did she believe her final act could effect change in the world? Or perhaps did she at last find the means to do so within herself? An arduous task in either case. A pity we will never know.
Thank you for the Lego brick?
The Lady of Blades, save the Queen, was returned to us, devoid of the Queen's grace, perhaps, but not of her hopes for a brighter tomorrow, nor Messias for a better Bozja. Indeed, their hope shall live on, in me, in Marsek, in all of our people. The lives lost for our freedom will not have done so in vain, this I swear. Bozja will rise again, a land of peace and prosperity they would be proud to call home.
From the Chronicles of the Bozjan Revolution, by Salyan Ulgash.
If you're looking for Mikoto and the others, they have all returned to their homes. I expect you, too, will be leaving us before long. Though, if I may be frank, I believe I speak for many when I say we are reluctant to see you go. Were it possible, I would ask you to stay and help us in the rebuilding of Bozja, but I understand there are other worldly matters that require your attention. We shall forever be in your debt, Blade Chaiji. Wherever duty demands you go, know that you always have allies here in Bozja. Farewell.
Have these 4 notes. Another cutscene, meanwhile, at Valnain in Dalmasca. Oh, he survived!
Thank you, Lion. You're dismissed.
That's all? Menenius is dead, and that's all you have to say?
What would you have me say, then?
You could at least acknowledge one of your most loyal followers gave his life for the sake of your ambitions.
Menenius understood such sacrifice was inevitable, and by all accounts, he did not waver when faced with his demise. Such strength is needed if we are to succeed. Time is short, Lion. My time is short.
Ranjit's done this guy? I mean, he's the Beast King. So, it finally caught up with you. A damn shame.
As the soldiers begin to believe failure may go without consequence, I would have you sent to the jails in Menenius' stead. I trust this will not pose a problem for you.
Fine. Okay, it's gebracht, sir. We've recovered the relics Menenius unearthed in the Bozjan ruins. So what are those weapons? Yeah, I'm also wondering, what are those weapons? Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. Return of the Queen. Save the Queen, chapter the 4th. And unfortunately, it's unlikely, to say the least, that this story will continue. Return of the King? Let me just appraise the remaining ones we have. I don't think that Lion has anything to do with Ranjit. They might just look similar, but I don't think they have anything to do with each other in any way. But I suppose they are very similar in like the way they work as well. A locksmith. I got die. I got white die. Yes, Jimmy. You got a pot of black die.
Oh yeah, they do sell for a bit. Quite a bit. I'm greatly concerned for my inventory. I have a feeling I know what the next stream is actually going to start with. Like a big old inventory cleanup. Oh! Is anyone that doesn't have the Tengu doll? I don't have the goodwill seeking that I see Aridel just linking a bunch of items. Well, that's obviously the emote we're going to use for the thumbnail then. Thank you. If you don't have the Tengu doll, you can just trade me. Then we'll have to figure out the rest next time, I think. Well, actually, let me just... I will just... I'll do this. Very briefly go to Zadnor. Whoops. To get rid of my field notes. Because we can't actually deal with them without the historian or secretariat or whatever it is. I think it's the historian, I believe. Can't remember if there is a historian out in Gangos. I'm a locksmith, and I'm a locksmith. Angel, hope you're doing well. So many of the... What? Both ways! Nice. I'll have to figure out what I good about, what I will do about that hairstyle. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense to take the picture here, but I think like maybe something like over here would work. If you'd like to be on the thumbnail for the next one, come on over here. If you want to do an emote for the picture, do that. And the Indigo Star thing is likely to not appear, just for your information. Yeah, do an emote if you want to do an emote on the picture. If you want to use an expression after the emote. If you don't want to do an emote, the best thing you can do is sit down, stand back up to make sure that you don't have an emote, like, queued up. It's okay, Lexi. You'll probably make it for the next one, then. But yeah, do an emote if you want. If you don't want to do an emote, sit down and stand back up to be sure, because I can almost assure you, if you don't remember, then you did something that will be remembered, and then you'll be the weird one doing like some crazy thing you didn't plan to do, like maybe like you just Hell's Ingress off the camera, and then I'll be like, oh, I told you so. I take it everyone's ready. I think that was everyone. Something like this can work. It's a little difficult because if I change the angle just a little bit, then like people's faces seem to start disappearing. Right. Thank you all for joining for the picture. I guess next time we'll basically just start with figuring out what I'll do with all this. And then I guess we might be like, maybe we'll do roulettes. We'll still be doing it on Ravana. Like the game plan is still, as long as OZ data center travel is there, we're going. But yeah, that's the plan. So I'll hop on over here. And that's a little bit unceremonious, but that's because the Smol Kai goes to bed on Alpha. And there's no reason to teleport back to Gridania. That one comes for free. Yeah, if we're not going to Bozja, I don't think we are. But we'll probably be taking the picture for the thumbnail next time in a place where you can use performance again. It is weird that you can't use performance in Gangos. Why? Gango's law says you're only allowed to listen to the Gango's BGM. Ah, shucks. Darn it. You just bring out a flute and play Peloton, and you just see like 3 Hrothgars come at you like, it's the fuzz. Run away with your flute. Time to form a resistance against the Bozjan resistance. Well, she looks like she's ready for she's like doing her presentation. Thank you, everyone. I would like to talk about the taste of candy crystals. Something that I've studied for a long time. With my sunglasses, yes. Don't worry, I see just fine with them. Now, it's been a while since Smol Caetsu has gone this far over time. But, with that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of the people in the chat, or me, remember there's the Discord Caemmunity server that you can join, where you will also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up throughout the week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You will also find the announcement room with links to videos, streams, when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video, post or stream. You'll also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can also add that usually if something comes up, anything unusual, it usually shows up there first. With that, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, because that of course tells YouTube's algorithm that it's a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can also become a member. You can also gift memberships, and you can also use the super chat system in YouTube. That of course that helps me directly. If you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description that you can also use. It all basically, well, it helps me being able to focus more on making something that is entertaining and fun for you all, instead of going, all right, what would everyone like to watch in the world, and try to, like, you know, aim for the trend or something, you could say. Potentially, I haven't really had to do that, but it still helps. With that said, that's all for this time. I don't think we're going to Bozja next week, but who knows? We have an inventory cleanup Mark 5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Emir. I really appreciate it. We got some of those we know that got another month. Thank you so much, Emir. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. And I think that's everything. Hour overtime, almost hour and a half. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And now we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night.